The dean and the president will not they have but they have their presenters, application presenter, and yes, not yet. Just line. Oh, we're supposed to start event program.
So there are no deans? The deans are not coming? No. Oh, both? 9:30, right? 9:30 is when they start. Both are not coming?
Yeah, but they have their representatives to present them.
Oh, does Hassan know 9:30?
Where is it?
Can you send a message to everyone to say that it starts at 9:30 and not 9? Yes. Sure.
I mean, I told everybody we will start shortly.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience.
Okay.
I said that already.
Okay.
Everyone's kind of introducing themselves right now. Yeah. You have the chat, right?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna look.
I don't need you to look at it. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
I talked to them.
Yeah. Okay.
Trying to get.
Yeah.
What?
It's not really no, 9:30.
Yeah, so we'll start at 9:30, inshallah.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Just come away when you get some sleep.
هنا ممكن نعلي الصوت شوي
Do you
ولا
mean
صعب؟
لا أنا صوتي أنا
No الصوت
okay
it's fine بس أنا بتواطي على اللايف.
this is the max
Okay خلاص.
yes
It's okay.
Well, maybe it's so that we haven't started yet.
We officially at 9:30.
I know.
Yeah. So we're good.
you are
We told them we'll start shortly. خلاص it's fine.
it's fine
بس okay great yeah.
it's fine yes okay
شكرا.
I just know. Where were you? Patience. When they don't, they probably don't look up that.
What's it?
بس نشوف الحماية بينهم بس هي disconnected with something
Because it's cutting off the slide.
it's okay
I can
should I mute is this mic connected with anything ليش اخوي قرأهم is there a place with this here
from Dhaka. 12 hours. Flight. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalam.
Dr. Abdullah in Bangladesh.
Nice to meet you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Assalamu.
Saula, your mic is on. That's what Hassan said.
Bangladesh.
I will actually press the camera for 1 second.
لكن بنغلاديش في 75 و76 من زمان في بنغلاديش. أنا أتكلم من راكا. أنا
Yes, I said no.
No, mute it.
I didn't want.
She's following. We said that.
So,
Yes.
Oh, Lord.
It's not possible. That sound was very low. Yesterday the sound was so high. They were different lights. Yesterday was very.
Did you unmute it?
Yeah.
Moran, can you say something? Just like regular word.
Tasty, 1, 2, 3. Tasty. Say something to Huda. Sending love to Huda. Not hearing it. Yeah,
I'll ask. I'll ask. Yes,
Right, yeah.
السلام عليكم، كيف حالك؟
الأمور زين.
الحمد لله.
قد هذا خديته كابل.
هذا سبيكر عفوا.
خديته هذا الكابل البارح. زين.
So we were actually waiting for you to stop, so we are waiting for you to stop, so we can go when you're ready. That's how you do it. Online. So, yeah, about 29. 29. 29? Oh, my apologies. Where is his? It's like this. Not but it's very different. Let me go. And he was. All right.
The voice has stopped it. What? Hassan, قولي له حسن open my camera. Okay. We're good.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. I'm pleased to be with you today as the founder of African Youth Center for Sustainable Development. And I'm pleased to welcome International Triple IT, the International Symposium on Implementation, Triple IT. I wish to express profound gratitude to our partner, Faculty of Law, Economic and Social Science, and International Institute in Islamic Cloud in Washington, D.C., United States, and the Stellenbosch University, South Africa, and the Faculty of Education, University of Mohammed. We are here today because of their wonderful collaboration. This symposium is all about education in Muslim society, and our team is Women's Scholarship and Engagement in Policy, Pedagogy, and Development. We believe that by focusing on women's rules, we can make education even more powerful in our communities. Over the next few days, we won't just talk, we brainstorm solutions, our discussions, and propositions aims to create scientific space for research. Education is more than just learning facts. It's about making our communities stronger. By giving everyone, especially women, a chance to be part of education, we are setting the stage for better policies and more developed societies. As we discussed, women's scholarship and engagement in policy, pedagogy, and development, let's highlight that empowering women is a goal in itself, recognized in the Sustainable Development Goals. Every insight shared today contributes to achieving this goal and making a positive impact on our global community. Thank you all for being part of this important gathering, and your presence makes a difference, and together we can create effective scientific discussion. Let's get started, and I'm excited to hear everyone's thoughts and ideas. Thank you. Let me please present Mr. Larousi, the Vice President of the Vice Dean, and maybe Vice President of our university. Mr. Larousi, he's a professor here in the Faculty of Law. Please, it is for you, Mr.
Thank you, Ms. Dana. You are all welcome to our Faculty of Law, Economic and Social Sciences at Del. By the way, our faculty and university is the first one in Morocco that was founded in 1957. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, dear professors, dear colleagues, dear students. First of all, I would like to inform you that the Dean Professor Farid Basha apologizes for not being able to be present among us for professional reasons. Therefore, in my capacity as the Vice Dean in charge of cooperation, scientific research, and partnership, it's pleasant for me to contribute to this international symposium, which focuses on education in Muslim society, women's scholarship, and engagement in policy, pedagogy, and development. Organized by African Youth Center of Sustainable Development in partnership with the Faculty of Law, Economic and Social Science at the Mohammed V University, Rabat, and the International Institute of Islamic Thought. The main objective is to deeply analyze this such vital issue of capital importance dealing with the legal, political, cultural, social, and societal aspects. I am equally pleased to attend an academic exchange which is taking place in a rapidly changing international context, and which is intended to be a framework of scientific debate, exchange of ideas, reflections, good practices, and expertise on the future of Muslim society and the Muslim diaspora. Particularly, the axes and topics of this scientific meeting are of capital importance on different levels. Indeed, the role of education in Muslim societies and communities aims towards individual and societal transformations in a context of exchange and communication, a space that reconciliates the plurality of culture, civilizations, and religions, which makes it an area of either confrontation or solidarity. social and education inclusion are characterized through the multiple relationship between individuals and social systems. It also concerns the pedagogies, practices, and public policies, as well as human development. From the point of view based on human rights, as they are universally recognized, active inclusion of women in politics consists in allowing each citizen to participate fully in society and in particular to benefit from disability protection and institution at different scales. On behalf of the Dean, Professor Aid Basha, I would like to thank Ms. Professor Sukaina, the President of African Youth Center of Sustainable Development, for taking this active and promising initiative. Also, a big thank to the speakers and the organizing committee, in particular the volunteer of PhD students in our faculty. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I wish for success to the work of this international symposium and good luck to our partners in this scientific journal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laronsi, Deputy Dean of the Faculty of Law, Economic and Social Science, for your presentation. Now we'll move for the presentation of Mr. Hisham Al-Talib, the President of the IT Institute in USA. Thank you so much.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والحمد لله رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. I am very happy to address you at the beginning of the 2023 Symposium of Education in Muslim Society, an annual IIIT event. Thank you to the African Youth Center for Sustainable Development and Muhammad V University for collaborating with us and hosting us for this esteemed gathering. The International Institute of Islamic Thought was established in 1981 by 7 founders: Ismail Farouqi, Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman, Taha Jabir Al-Alwani, Anwar Ibrahim, Ahmed Tutunchi, Jamal Barzinji, and Hisham Al-Talib. We founded IIIT to continue the tradition of Islamic scholarship in the context of contemporary times through original, creative research and academic discourse. Along with focusing on the renewal of Islamic thought and reform of Islamic thought, the Institute has been committed to human development and leadership training. Our vision as an organization is to help create thriving societies in which individuals have the opportunity to pursue and realize their fullest potential through transformative learning, social development, and personal growth. Education has been at the core of IIIT's work from the very beginning. We recognize that the current divide between secular and religious education needs to be bridged. As such, we seek to reconnect values and knowledge in an effort to reform education in the Muslim context. This includes not only formal education such as schooling and further studies, but also informal education happening in the home. This is a major reason why I have co-authored books on the importance of the relationship between parents and children. In addition to contributing to various universities and publishing a range of textbooks, the IIIT formally convened a committee devoted to the reform of education in 2012. We held our first international conference in Turkey in 2016. Our work later developed into an initiative called Advancing Education in Muslim Society, AIMS, where we expanded from higher education to include K-12 schooling as well. We have conducted 2 multi-site waves of field research titled Mapping the Terrain, where we gathered data from youth, teachers, parents, university students, and instructors in 15 countries across the world The data and reports are available on our website. Triple IT also began the Journal of Education in Muslim Society, which is today a Scopus indexed open source publication. I am glad to see our co-editors Ilham Nasser and Nuran Davis actively involved in not only editorial work but also supporting ongoing research through efforts such as the symposium. This symposium focused on women's scholarship. Last year, we launched the Human Development Matters blog as well, which features scholarly research in education on a variety of topics and to which I invite all of you to contribute. I would like to welcome the presenters, both virtual and in person, to this year's symposium. Unfortunately, I cannot be there in person this year. I commend you for your efforts and feel certain that the scholarly exchange you are about to undertake will benefit not only the present generation, but future ones as well. I look forward to hearing from you and learning from you during the symposium. Thank you to everyone who has dedicated themselves to making this symposium a success. And once again, we are grateful to the African Youth Center for Sustainable Development and Mohammed Al-Khamis, Mohammed the Fifth University, for partnering with us. Thank you. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. Hisham Al-Talib, Washington.
Thank you so much. Now we will move to the intervention of the Deputy Dean of the Faculty of Education, Mr. Good morning, Mohammed Bouchard. You're welcome. Please, stage one.
Bonjour, je vais intervenir en langue française, si vous permettez. Chers partenaires, chers collègues, chers étudiants et étudiantes, mesdames et messieurs, c'est avec un grand plaisir que nous prenons part à cette édition du Symposium international sur l'éducation dans les sociétés musulmanes, donc bourse d'études et engagement des femmes dans la politique, dans la pédagogie et le développement. Dans un monde de plus en plus caractérisé par la diversité des ressources, matérielles et immatérielles, il est devenu important pour la société scientifique, pour les sociétés, pour les États, pour tous les acteurs socio-économiques, de s'intéresser aux différentes possibilités de l'opérationnalisation des objectifs de développement durable. En effet, et contrairement aux objectifs du millénaire, alors qui ne concernaient que le seul pays en développement, et les États, alors les objectifs de développement durable s'inscrivent dans un agenda universel, alors qui nous interpelle aujourd'hui plus que jamais, mais qui interpelle l'ensemble des pays de la planète. Et qui interpelle encore de manière inévitable tous les acteurs socio-économiques, publics, comme les acteurs privés. Dès lors, nous sommes appelés à participer chacun, chacune et ensemble dans un grand processus inclusif, en travaillant plus avec les organisations non gouvernementales et avec les entreprises. Par ailleurs, il semble qu'un langage commun est en train de s'installer ou de se vulgariser et qui permet aux différents acteurs de travailler ensemble dans des perspectives en même temps transversales et complémentaires. Favorisant ainsi, alors ce langage favorise ainsi l'explicitation des objectifs de développement durable et les moyens susceptibles donc de nous aider encore à les atteindre. C'est pourquoi les entreprises, les investisseurs devraient formuler leurs projets et leurs actions dans ce langage pour faciliter la communication à propos des défis de ces objectifs. Ainsi, il est devenu urgent de discuter des différentes initiatives éducatives et les défis auxquels sont confrontées plus particulièrement les femmes. Les femmes analphabétisées, surtout dans le milieu rural, et des moyens de renforcer leur autonomisation à travers l'alphabétisation et des changements institutionnels nécessaires qu'ils impliquent, des bourses d'études et de l'engagement des femmes, du leadership pédagogique, ainsi que des espaces de plaidoyer et des réalisations donc tangibles. L'éducation et la sensibilisation, personne ne peut le discuter, jouent un rôle fondamental dans la réalisation des objectifs développement durable. Nous devons développer donc du matériel et des ressources pédagogiques, animer des ateliers et organiser des campagnes de sensibilisation, de vulgarisation pour toucher particulièrement les jeunes, les communautés et les décideurs également. Le suivi et l'évaluation sont aussi essentiels. À notre sens, nous devons établir des cadres solides, des référentiels pour suivre les progrès en direction des objectifs de développement durable, analyser les tendances et évaluer l'impact de nos interventions sur les différentes cibles, la collecte de données et la création de rapports détaillés sur les performances des projets et des programmes sont des étapes essentielles pour réaliser ces objectifs. Le renforcement des capacités et la formation sont des outils aussi puissants. Alors, c'est pourquoi nous sommes appelés à proposer des programmes, des dispositifs qui vont permettre aux individus, aux organisations et aux communautés de mettre en œuvre des pratiques durables, contribuant ainsi efficacement à la réalisation des objectifs dits de développement durable. Les partenaires et la collaboration sont au cœur de notre réussite collective. Travaillons main dans la main avec d'autres organisations, avec des agences gouvernementales et des parties prenantes. Ensemble, nous pourrons maximiser nos ressources, partager notre expertise et étendre surtout notre réseau pour obtenir un impact véritablement collectif. Merci à chacun et à chacune d'entre vous, pour votre engagement et pour votre contribution à cette cause que nous ne pouvons qualifier que de noble. Que cette rencontre soit le point de départ d'initiatives fructueuses et de collaboration durable pour un avenir meilleur. Je vous souhaite de très bonnes activités, alors d'excellentes réflexions et je vous remercie.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed Bourouche, for your presentation. That presents your project in the Faculty of Education in University of Mohammed Fett. Hiba will provide us with an overview of your presentation in English, just to understand and to let our colleague and speakers to understand your presentation. Thank you.
Hi everyone. So I will provide with a small translation and interpretation of what's been said. So the minister started with a noting that in a world diverse with its sources, it's mandatory for states and communities to get interested to implement SDGs. And also, even though this symposium is interested only in Morocco, but this agenda of SDGs is universal and calls all the states and social actors for actions. And also he made a call that together we should also work with NGOs and entrepreneurs should also implement their strategies based in SDGs. It is mandatory also to address the problem that evokes for women and their empowerment, which means they need more spaces for advocacy and scholarships. And also it includes campaigns, workshops with different stakeholders. Also, he said that we should analyze more and more programs and evaluating them, especially when it's SDGs focused, and propose programs, initiatives that communities should implement for the sake of development. And then he concluded with a vague remark, wishing that this opportunity is a starting point for many prosperous initiatives. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Eva, for your presentation also and for your effort. I'm delighted to invite Dr. Ilham and Noran David. Dr. Ilham is Senior Advisor Education for Development Division, Creative Association International in USA, and Ms. Professor Noran Davis, Faculty of Education, Stellenbosch University. Welcome, please.
Thank you, Sufaina. Sabah al-khair, assalamu alaikum. I will speak in English. I wish I knew French, but I'm happy to respond to questions later on in Arabic, but it's easier for me to speak in English at this point. I want to also add my voice to everyone else here who welcome this collaboration between the International Institute of Islamic Thought and the Muhammad Al-Khamis University, the Faculty of Law, Sciences and Law, and then the Faculty of Education, and of course the African Youth Center. We are very thrilled to be here with you in Morocco. We are very happy to have this collaboration because this collaboration works very well with the idea behind AIMS, the Advancing Education in Muslim Societies. I apologize that we don't have sign language here, but
There is.
I cannot sign, so bear with us. And
there is.
there is, okay.
Yes.
Okay. And so I just wanted to acknowledge our students here and students who are with us, and then of course our keynote. So this collaboration works very well with the idea behind AIMS that Dr. Hisham shared with you, the Advancing Education in Muslim Societies. The idea was to bring attention to education once and for everyone, but also to make sure that the agenda on education is there every time we speak about whether it's a collaboration, whether it's the approach, a holistic approach to education. So it's not just education, which we usually use it to say K to 12 or kindergarten to 12, teaching and learning, schooling, but we look at education as part of this initiative as a larger, broader agenda that we would like to always bring to the forefront. And why? Because we, of course, add our voices to the importance of education as a human right, but also the right to education, which is one of the child's rights that everyone, knows and tries to achieve. Actually, part of what I do as a senior advisor with my organization is actually promote this agenda of education for development. So AIMS also comes not only to talk about a comprehensive approach to education, but also to bring the voices from the global south. And I hate this term, but I think if people understand when I say most of our literature, most of our research and scholarship comes from the West, comes from the United States, comes from some European countries. And what we're trying to do with AIMS and this symposium, and then later on the journal that Dr. Noran will speak about, it's really to bring those voices from different countries, published in English, which brings a whole leadership, a new leadership to the Global South, and we try to support that process through the publication process, and we'll talk about that later. So uplifting the voices is another goal of AIMS. And then, of course, encouraging what the doctor here said about encouraging the partnership between non-governmental organizations, international non-governmental organizations, and universities. And this brings me to a little bit of history of this symposium we're doing here, just to give you an idea. This symposium started we sometimes debate 6 or 7 years ago, and we have been having it annually. This is the first time we go outside the US, trying to, move this agenda to get out of the United States. And the first one was held at as its own track at the conference at Indiana University School of Business, Lilly School, and then later on as partners with the School of Education. After that, and we had that for going on for a few years. After that, last year we had it in partnership with the American University in Washington, D.C. This year, because we wanted to talk about and focus our symposium on women and scholarship development, and this, again, holistic approach to education done by women, involving women, we wanted to get out of the US, and we are very, again, fortunate to be hosted by all of you. Thank you again. So I want to also add my voice here that part of AIMS, part of the symposium is to also promote this agenda of transformation. The agenda of transformation we all read about, that even in crisis, even in a situation where there is conflict, education is one of those pillars of life. We talk about, UNESCO report that talks about 4 pillars of education, the learning to be, the learning to know, the learning to do, and of course, our focus is the combination of not just the learning to do, the learning of knowledge, and the learning to live together, which is the 4th one, but it's also about values, about looking at the Islamic traditions, looking at Islamic teaching, looking at the mixture of secular versus Islamic teaching and how these can come together to push this agenda of transformation. So we have a lot of questions that are unanswered. We hope that this symposium will give us some more questions, because we think that asking questions is an important piece of transformation that does not just come by our, shallow consuming of materials and knowledge, but also generating that knowledge, generating in an authentic way, and generating it with evidence from the field, which we're trying to also promote. I don't want to talk too much about this, but I hope I gave you a little bit of brief of what this is all about. And before I turn it to my colleague Nuran, I would also like to tell you that this effort, this symposium, has been in the works for about a year, and there's a lot of work that is going on right now behind the scenes, because as you see, this is a symposium where we have audience online, virtual as well as in person. For us, this is important to allow that participation from so many different countries for people who were not able to join. I want to apologize for those who tried to get a visa to join us and they were not able to. I hope they are also online. And I want finally to thank Saula, our colleague here, who has been taking care of all the correspondence with our presenters. And she is a wonderful communicator, and she thinks of all the details. Thank you, Saula. And then our colleague Huda, who is our warrior. She does everything. She wants to be online and trying to help us with the design of everything. And of course, I want to thank my colleague Nuran and for all her support, because we also play a role here as the co-editor of the Journal of Education in Muslim Societies. And I'll turn it to Nuran to give you a brief on that. Thank you so much and welcome. أهلا وسهلا بالجميع.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. I'm from Cape Town, South Africa, so I come from the southern bit of the African continent and made my way to the north. Oh, is it not on? Yeah, okay. Sorry, assalamu alaikum, everybody, many people are saying. I'm from Rabat University in Cape Town, which of course some of you might know is at the most southern part of Africa. And so it's good to be in the north. And I believe it's winter here. Doesn't feel like it, so I'm enjoying my time here already. I'm really privileged to be here, alhamdulillah. It's a privilege for us because we've been talking about the symposium as Ilham pointed out, for over a year now. And we were really determined to take it into a different space. And so we are really privileged and happy to be in Morocco. And we hope that this will be the beginning of many more symposia that takes place in different parts of the world so that we can deeper connect on in a way what was happening on the ground. So just a few things from my side. I also want to acknowledge the fact that part of the privilege of sitting here today is to take stock of the fact that in so many parts of the world right now, many of our Muslim brothers and sisters are in serious catastrophe and strife and hardship and horror. And so as we sit here and debate on the importance of education, let's not forget what the ultimate purpose of our role here is today, and ultimately what our purpose is or should be as human beings, which is to create a more peaceful, more coexisting, more tolerant world where education plays an immensely powerful role. And I want to immediately point out that education, just for education's sake, is not necessarily a good thing. We are very aware, because of our work on the journal, that sometimes the kind of education that's being propagated in Muslim societies is deeply problematic. And it adds to the oppression and suppression and marginalization, particularly of women. And so I'm very, very pleased to see the high number of young women and young men here today, because despite the conference having a focus on women, we need our men to understand the importance of women in Islam. We need to get to a point where we understand what the texts, our foundational texts, are saying, and often how misinterpretation happens socially and politically. And on that end, we are really looking forward to the engagements that will take place physically today, as well as virtually. We would like to encourage all of our participants to actively and critically engage, to question, and to reflect upon what is being said. And what's going to be wonderful for us is that we are really going to be engaging across spaces, across geographical spaces, political spaces, economic spaces, and linguistic spaces, which might at times present some problem, but we will try our best to make sure that we don't get lost in any translation. So this is a really, I think, a momentous moment for all of us to be a part of this and to see how we locate ourselves in the broader discourse of what it means to be educated. And I cannot emphasize enough, and I say this every year when I speak, and I said this last year at the symposium, as Muslim communities, we are under immense pressure, and the pressure is not going to alleviate. There's immense pressure on us to have a stronger hold on our understandings of Islam, and to have a stronger hold on the importance of education and the upliftment of especially our marginalized groups. So Ilham mentioned the Journal of Education in Muslim Societies. As you come in through the door, you would have noticed a table set up that a flyer would have been available on. Later, you will meet Isra Bifani, who's sitting over there with the green scarf on. She is our books editor. Together, Ilham and I co-edit the journal, which is really wonderful because we come from different worlds, geographically speaking, but we have a very strong connection in our commitment to advancing education in Muslim societies. And the journal has been absolutely phenomenal. It's a young journal, but it's also a very powerful journal because it truly gives voice to understandings of education, of lived experiences, which you are not going to encounter in mainstream journals. And so we're exceptionally proud of the fact that the journal has been indexed, it's available, it's been registered on Scopus right now. It speaks to the fact that the journal is growing and is intent upon publishing quality work. And so we would invite you, for those of you who are presenting, or even if you're not presenting, you're here simply to listen and observe, to be aware of the journal, and to work on your paper and your submission, and please to submit it as an article to the journal, because we are always looking for new publications that gives us original research, which we are unaware of. We also like to encourage you, if you're not quite ready, to give us a good rigorous article, to give us an essay of short. We're interested in practitioners' notes. We're interested just in descriptive forms of writing as well. What is happening in your part of the world? And we'd also like to invite you to do some book reviews if that's more your interest. And Isra certainly would be able to assist you in that regard. The point is that there is so much work to be done. There's so much left to be said. And you have to find your place within the symposium and when you leave. But we want to encourage you to become a part of a community of scholars. I mean, to think about the amazing, I see people signing in online and just to get a glimpse of the geographical representation that we have at this moment, it's absolutely staggering to see what's actually been accomplished with the symposium. So we look forward to meeting with you over the next few days and engaging with you. We'd like to thank you personally from my side. I need to acknowledge Sukaina, who's been absolutely phenomenal in her organizational skills. And I know we give her a hard time sometimes when we have online meetings and we go, no, Sukaina, this Sukaina, no. And Sukaina always says, no problem, no problem. And now that I've arrived and I've pitched at the airport and I realized she was right, there actually is no problem. So we are here, alhamdulillah. So we look forward to you, to meeting with you, engaging with you and hearing your voices. And we hope that you will enjoy the symposium and as much as I know we will. So shukran so much.
Thank you so much, Doran. Thank you so much for your rich presentation. Thank you so much, Ilham. Without a doubt, education is the principle of the progress in the society, especially in the Islamic society. And thank you so much for this partnership. And hopefully, inshallah, it will be just the first. Welcome to Morocco. Welcome to our university. We hope that the symposium will be an opportunity to exchange, to propose solutions, and to create the bridge with Morocco, United States, Islamic South, and especially in South Africa. Thank you so much.
Are you gonna go over the program or?
Yes, yes.
You will?
Yes. We welcome also the education faculty. Thank you so much for your presence. Merci beaucoup pour votre présence. J'espère bien que vous pouvez comprendre en fait. Now, I think we'll start with the.
Let me just go.
Yes, please.
Sorry, let me just go over our program.
Yes.
With everyone. Am I on?
Yes.
Am I? Can you hear me? Not very well.
Oh, now, sorry. Yeah. Okay, so as you see in your program, if you open it, I still like the hard copies. I don't know, I'm old-fashioned. But if you look at our program, we have a very busy program with lots of speakers and panels. I pointed out to you that we have virtual audience as well as in person, which also means that we have to stay on schedule, on time. Some people are joining us at odd hours at night and we don't want to be delaying those online. So it's a little bit tricky with timing. So we do have to stay on schedule. As you see, we will have our keynote coming up in a little bit. I'll introduce her. And then after that, we will have a coffee break. Please look at your schedule, look at the time. I don't need to tell you when we need to come back because we will always start on time. Then we'll start with panel 1. And Noran and I will take turns moderating those panels. I will do panel 1 so we will have an opportunity to have questions and answers. I know for the audience here that you cannot see what's the online question, what are the online questions that are going on, but we will share those with you. We'll allow some questions from the audience as well as online. And then Dr. Moran will be moderating panel 2. We have an optional tour at 4:30. I don't know for those who are interested, Sukaina, will give us more information on that. As you see, day 2 is also starting with the registration. If we have new people at 9, and then we'll end with at 4:30. Again, we have 3 panels on day 2, and a total of 5 panels. On the 3rd day, we have a little bit of a different schedule. We thought that if we are in Morocco and we wanna
explore and learn more about the first university in the entire world, we would like to make a trip to Fars, and I think we'll get more information on that. In terms of, Sukaina help me out some of the logistics. We will have coffee during the break, and we'll have everything up that way.
Yeah.
And what else? If you have any questions or any problem, Sukaina is our person.
No problem.
We thank her again and her team for hosting us. And I hope you enjoy it. I hope you get to network with each other. And I hope we all have a chance to have some deeper and important discussions in regard to our topic today. Thank you so much. And we will move into our keynote. And I will introduce you. Here is Dr. Karima. I think we can step to the front if you don't mind, and we'll allow Dr. Karima to be here with her interpreter. Thank you so much. I have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Karima Salahuddin. Okay, and allow me please to introduce to you Dr. Karima again and introduce her short bio. And we will have interpretation and we move on. Dr. Karima Salahuddin has over 20 years of experience in the education sector. She started her career teaching at primary school and at university level. It's interesting that a lot of us on the higher ed teaching path, we always start in the classroom and we see the need, the huge need. And it's good to see that Dr. Karima also started her career as primary school teacher. Later she served and sorry, that was like my own improvisation. Later she served as an education officer for Save the Children, United Kingdom, working with and for children with disabilities and their parents. She then provided monitoring and evaluation expertise to USDON project that focused on combating child labor through literacy programs and especially for rural care. Dr. Salahuddin monitored the progress of over 9,000 beneficiaries through her projects. She conducted oversight visits with all of the project partners, associations across Morocco, and led training sessions for the partner associations for proper use of tracking and monitoring procedures, an important piece of education for development. She is a passionate advocate for the development of inclusive environments for acceptable and quality education. In 2019, her passion culminated in the creation of an inclusive bachelor program, impressive, with deaf and hard-hearing students study along the hearing field. Thank you so much, Dr. Karima, and welcome again, and thank you for being with us.
Salam alaikum.
Pas encore. Faut attendre le rouge. Faut attendre le rouge. Ah voilà, c'est bon.
Okay, it's working right now. Salam alaikum. So allow me before I start just to clarify the way we are going to present. Because I'm with Yasmin, my deaf students. So I need, I'm sorry, no eye contact with you because I need to focus on the paper. I need to follow the words so that he knows where, what I'm reading so that he can translate for my other deaf students who are here with us.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You're a little bit shy. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and dear students, Assalamu alaikum. It's truly an honor and a privilege to stand before you today at this distinguished symposium focused on a cause that resonates deeply with my personal and professional journey. The important role of literacy in empowering women, particularly in rural areas where we have a very high rate of illiteracy, school dropouts, and early marriage among girls. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Yassine, my deaf student. Yassine holds a bachelor's degree in robotics and a master's in computer science. Yassine will be translating. Thank you. Yes, right. Thank you. No, it's okay. Yassine will be translating my words into ASL, American Sign Language, for our other deaf students present here with us. Today, I bring to you insights drawn from my own experience as a monitoring and evaluation specialist involved into transformative project, ADROS and GIMA-ADROS, where ADROS is derived from the Arabic word adros, meaning study, and GIMA-ADROS translates to always study, both funded by the U.S. Department of Labor in partnership with Moroccan government. The primary goal was to combat child labor through education, with a specific focus on addressing the challenges faced by little girls in regions classified by the National Initiative of Human Development as the poorest. These areas are filled with high rates of illiteracy and school dropouts, often referred to as descending areas of litter domestics, commonly known in Morocco by Petite Bonne. Today, I stand before you not to recount the details of the two projects, but to share profound insights gathered from these experiences, insights that underscore the vital role of literacy in empowering girls. Actually, in the expansive landscapes of remote rural areas where the echoes of education struggle to reach, a stark reality persists. Girls face multiple barriers to completing their studies. Through my role in monitoring and evaluating an anti-child labor project, I witnessed firsthand the transformative power of interventions targeted at the root causes of illiteracy. The fight against child labor and the pursuit of education are linked, forming an interconnection where early intervention becomes a catalyst for change. It was not merely about furnishing schools with desks or providing transportation. It was about fundamentally altering the trajectory of young lives. The challenges were daunting, from the absence of schools to parents' negative attitudes towards educating their daughters. However, through a strategy rooted in community engagement and data-driven decision-making, we implemented solutions that transcended conventional boundaries. So we just need to make sure if they're following with us.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Because some of them are fluent in American Sign Language, others they are still in their first year. And the decision to do ASL for them, because in the university, all students are required to have a module in English. So I decided to change that one into ASL.
Amazing.
That they have, thank you so much, so that they do have that secondary option. So, in the journey to combat child labor and promote literacy, the importance of early intervention emerged as a game changer. It became evident that empowering girls through education is not just a socio-economic imperative, but a moral one. Today, as we reflect on the impact of literacy, let us recognize that it goes beyond the confines of classrooms. It is a force that has the potential to reshape entire communities and societies. Every girl brought back to school represents a triumph over adversity, a step towards breaking the chain of illiteracy, and an investment in a brighter, more equitable future. Our journey began with awareness, addressing the legal age of employment for children and precisely girls, and highlighting the crucial importance of schooling. This initial step was not just about disseminating information, it was about sparking a collective consciousness within communities about the value of education for their daughters. In preventing school dropouts, the provision of after-school tutoring classes emerged as a vital lifeline. These classes not only reinforced academic provision, but also acted as a safeguard preventing at-risk children from succumbing to exploitative situations in the future. By providing academic assistance and fostering a supportive learning environment, we created a haven for these girls to thrive. The impact extended beyond academic achievement. It instilled a sense of confidence and self-worth among these girls. Community engagement and participation were pivotal aspects of our strategy. Our enrollment approach was meticulously crafted, involving parents, students, teachers, local NGOs, and authorities. This participatory approach ensured that solutions were tailored to the specific needs of each community, adopting the strategy of nothing for us without us. In some communes, equipping dorms with beds and blankets proved effective, while in others, a commuting bus addressed the challenges. Providing girls with bicycles was the solution in certain areas, and in more reserved communes where sending young girls out of the commune was not an option, bringing the school to the girls became the viable solution. To ensure both enrollment and retention, our support extended beyond the classroom, encompassing scholarships and essential resources like bags with school furniture, vocational training, and engaging extracurricular activities, proximity to classes, consideration of market days, and establishing personal connections with the girls significantly strengthened their commitment to education. An example of an innovative solution, if we call it so, that facilitated the attendance of some girls involved, allowing some girls, the number was three, to bring their little siblings with them due to a lack of alternative childcare, which was contributing to their dropping out of school. Actually, we had some girls who stopped going to school simply because they had little brothers and there was no one to take care of them. So the solution was to allow them to bring their brothers, sisters with them to the class. And we saw the means of bringing them back to school, actually. This challenge prompted us to create a designated space functioning as a kindergarten where these children could play while their sisters attended their classes. Building local capacities for sustainability was an integral part of our mission. Recognizing the importance of empowering local actors, the project focused on ongoing technical assistance and training in modern pedagogical methods. This approach empowered our partners to take ownership of the mission of taking girls back to school for those who dropped and working towards the retention of those who are at risk of dropping out of school. In conclusion, let us collectively recognize this moment as a call to action. The urgency of our mission lies in the profound impacts education can have on the lives of young girls, be it in rural areas or among girls with disabilities. Every intervention, every awareness campaign, and every girl brought back to school represents a step towards breaking the chains of illiteracy and empowering generations to come. It is fundamental to recognize that every girl denied an education represents a missed opportunity for progress. And in every girl brought back to school, we witnessed a triumph over adversity and an investment in a brighter, more equitable future. It is our shared responsibility to uplift communities, reduce illiteracy, and pave the way for a brighter future. Thank you so much for your attention.
This is proud. I've told him that I'm proud of him. No, not at all.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Karima, and thank you. Thank you, Yassine, for the interpretation. Now we are opening it for some questions and answers from Dr. Karima. I think that the topic of her talk regarding reaching girls, reaching students who are far away from city centers, from urban areas, is a good example of how education can be utilized in its broader sense. You talked about the fact that you went to teach literacy, but you discovered there's more to that than just literacy. You had to get bicycles for the girls to get to a location. You had to go yourself by foot to get to the students. And I heard you say that you provided blankets and you provided some supplies. It gets us in this whole area that's trendy about socio-emotional learning, or how socio-emotional learning is as important as literacy for transformation, for education, and for the new generations of students that are dealing with so much, including poverty, marginalization, and especially those types of students. So this is what I heard from you, and my first question to you is, since you are in monitoring and evaluation, I want to seize the opportunity and ask you about sustainability. How did you plan, or how do you plan to sustain this program? How do you plan to make it continue beyond the funding? It happens that a lot of the great projects we do, they end when the funding ends, and especially when we have, international funding coming in. So how do you sustain it? What is the plan to sustain it? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Actually, the projects have already ended. And while working on the projects, we had that mission. We were concerned about sustainability because we knew that the project's life was limited. It was, the first one was 5 years, the second one was 5 years too. So we knew that one day we will not be there. That's why we worked in partnership with the local NGOs, with authorities, and we did, along with the classes we organized, we did a lot of training to the local NGOs themselves, because they were doing the work. We were not doing it ourselves. So that guaranteed actually the continuity, sustainability of the work, and we're still in touch with them. We have personal contacts, and they're still doing the work in their regions. Of course, there have been changes, very important changes. Schools were built. If you have noticed in some of the slides, it were some parents who refused to send their daughters out of what we call in Morocco douar. It's a small commune, and they were willing to give us rooms from their houses, which we transformed into a class. Now we have classes there because we went there, we saw the reality, so we work towards that. This is again one of the solutions to guarantee sustainability in those communities.
So,
Oh, that's why. Okay. We learned something. Okay, so what we will do is take a question from the audience here, and then we have questions online. Does anyone have a question? Does I want to Dr. Karima? Okay, while you think about it, let me take a question from the online group. Were there any obstacles in recruiting the carers in your class or to your class, to what you were offering in the first year?
Actually, yes, there were plenty, and the first and most daunting one is convincing parents to send their girls, and that's actually what ended up in creating different solutions, like having a class inside the commune, allowing the girls, because some mother said, no, I cannot send my girl, who would take care of my little son? So that's again was a solution. We did not actually think of that solution when we were designing the project itself. So these solutions that were crafted with parents, and I told you that we adopted a participatory, which helps us a lot, that participatory approach, like having the concerned population design with us. So we talked about the different problems, long distances. Some communities said we cannot allow our daughters to spend night in dorms. So the solution was to have bicycles because the roads were not paved. For others, they said it's okay. So we had to equip those dorms because we had the building but nothing inside. But the most daunting one was actually convincing parents to allow their daughters to go to school. They were against, because for them, a daughter, for some of them, not all of them, for some of them, the daughter was meant actually to get married, and there were high rates of early marriage among girls. Like for girls, 16 years old, only with their kids. So for them, we had to work on showing them the importance of education in empowering their daughters, and bringing in some cases, pictures of daughters of girls who were working in the cities, as we call them in Morocco, litter maids, litter domestics. They were burned, they were mistreated, so we brought those pictures, just showing them the different risks to which those girls were exposed if they don't go to school. So yes, we had plenty of obstacles.
And the connection
between
the
parents, because yes, some parents used to send their daughters to work because they're from poor regions. So we call them descending areas because of the high rates of poverty. So they send their daughters to work as litter domestics in the city. And some of those girls were mistreated. Some of them were burned by the employers. So we brought that as pictures and their stories, just to convince them of the risk their daughters encounter if they drop out of school, if they don't go to school and go work instead. Thank you. Okay, any questions? Yes, Brother Khan.
Assalamu alaikum. First, I'd like to thank Dr. Karima Salahuddin for the dedication of her project, especially for our deaf Muslim. My question is that myself, I'm from United Kingdom, so there is a lot of association of Muslim deaf. I'm very passionate myself with the deaf community in UK. I want to know what is the connection she has with the deaf community, because her project is very interesting. I mean, also with a group like in the US as well. Inshallah, I'll leave some of the question when I meet her in person. Thank you. The connection between.
Okay, thank you for your question. Actually, my interest to work with deaf people or deaf students started at the period of my research. My PhD actually is on inclusive education for people with disabilities. And since I joined the Faculty of Sciences of Rabat here, I was focused and I had the objective of creating something for them. So in collaboration with my colleagues, we created a bachelor's, an inclusive one, where we have my students learning along hearing students. So it's an all long years interest actually in working with people with disabilities in general and particularly deaf people.
When I meet you in person, I want to collaborate.
Inshallah, mashallah. My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. We will take another question, and I'm not sure if I understand this one, but I think the question is there online attendance? Like, can these girls join classes online, which I think is probably not possible.
Actually, it's possible, it's feasible if we have closed captioning or if we have like interpretation into sign language, depending on the country, because as you know, we have different sign languages. It's a language, so it depends on the country where you are. While ASL, American Sign Language, is not international, but still understood by many signers actually. So during Corona period, actually, we could have done it, but with them, because we are still, even the teachers are still learning how to sign, it was not really that easy. Attending workshops, webinars online is very feasible, it exists. And we have more and more like workshops who will take into consideration this accessibility actually initiative of making their presentations, webinars accessible to deaf and hard of hearing community.
I think that also the question is regarding the girls, the literacy program you talked about. Is there online attendance there too?
Actually, when talking about rural, remote areas where we don't have electricity, this becomes very difficult. Actually, we cannot talk of e-learning solutions. So it's impossible in most of them. And actually, just between brackets, one of the regions we used to work in was lately hit by the earthquake. It was the place where we used to work and with girls there, so I took it actually personally.
Are there any
Yes.
questions? Yes, please. Okay, bye. Can I keep it on?
No, it's fine, it's fine. First of all, I would love to thank you. Whatever you said really touched me since I'm a youth activist, and what you're doing really means a lot to me. So, my question is, how can you measure like the impact that happens after you finish this training, etc.? Is there any impact that persists? Thank you.
So thank you so much. Actually, as I told you, we kept touch with the local NGOs working there, and we had schools built, which means that we guarantee that the girls will have that school for them because we had rooms, but that does not guarantee that the parents will be given those rooms like for a longer period. They may need it. The other thing, we had girls who got their baccalaureate and worked. And this was like the best achievement ever. It was for us. They were happy actually to get there, but we were happier than them to see them working. Some of them worked as teachers. So all of these were actually signs of, if we may call it like success of that experience. Because for me, in one war, if we were able to say like one or two girls, that was for me a success actually. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. First, I would like to thank Karima Salahuddin for her valuable presentation. I'm asked to her, these research can be established in any other Muslim societies in the world.
I think yes, it can, but you have to pay attention to the particularities of each country. And even in Morocco, you know, the solutions we crafted for the communities in the south were totally different from those in the north. So we have different solutions, different plans. Initially, we started with a different project, but when we went to the population, we simply dropped what we prepared before and we crafted new, because we ourselves were surprised to discover that the problem was not, for instance, in mothers sending their girls, they were against the education of their girls, but simply because she wanted someone to take care of her little boy. So, and when we said, what can we do? If you allow her to take her brother with her, it's okay, she can go. And it's better because I'm not going to see both of them. So those were kind of solution. That is, you have to be very attentive. You have to take the time with all intervening actors, because this is what would guarantee the success and the continuity of the project. When having them decide for themselves, they adopt whatever they come up with. Not like when you can and you say that I know what is good for you, and I decide for you, or I decide on behalf of you. No, it will not work. You would say the period you are given money, it will work. But once you're stuck, or once you are not there, things will stop. So make sure that it becomes their own problem, and the solution comes from them. So this would guarantee that it would work and it would last, which is more important actually.
Have you any say we could collaborate with you? Have you any say?
Have
you any say for your research to collaborate with you?
How?
How this way to collaborate with you for your experience for you gather your experience? He wants to collaborate
Yes,
with organization.
yes, of course. That is, we can share our experience. Maybe certain points would work for you, but most important is the idea of sitting with them, going with the idea that I don't have a solution. I am here. There is a problem, and I am here to help with the problem. But you tell me how to proceed, and I will adopt whatever you tell me.
Sure.
Inshallah.
I have a question. Yes, thank you, Professor, for your. Well, the first question is: have you ever met a girl who didn't want to study and choose to get married, or the girls were intrinsic and extrinsic motivated to study? And the second question: there were some psychological issues to deal with, which they are.
Thank you for your question. Actually, we met and we knew different cases, different experiences. There was not one model. And as I told you, from one region to another, you encounter different stories, different experiences. But what is common is that girls were happy to go back to school for those who dropped. And those who had never been to school were happy to carry a bag, to have a pen, to have books. It was kind of a far-fetched dream coming true. Some of the girls, they said, in addition to learning, we escaped like the house chores at home. So they regained their childhood, they played, they ran. And if you noticed, the girls, they wear that traditional clothing in their rural areas. So they were holding their clothes and running, and you see that there was a kind of oppression for sure. It was not verbalized, but we felt it. There were some girls like who had to cry because you were giving them an opportunity sometimes, especially when we organized some extracurricular activities for them, bringing them, for instance, to Rabat, organizing some stuff for them, like having people visit them, having interest in them. So all of this was like kind of giving them value and their real worth, actually. Thank you so much for your question. Okay.
Morning.
Actually, we have
our Dean, I will come back to you. I'm trying to keep track. I think you were next.
Merci. Je vais continuer à parler français. Si vous permettez, alors très rapidement.
Ah oui.
Merci. Alors, alors deux petits points. Je ne peux pas d'abord rater mes félicitations. Voilà. Pas rater mes félicitations pour votre engagement, sincèrement, et pour les valeurs très précieuses que vous défendez. Sincèrement, félicitations. Alors, deuxième petit point, moi je voudrais juste partager avec vous, mais à titre de suggestion et à titre de disponibilité de notre part à la faculté des sciences d'éducation, et dans des perspectives à la fois de recherche, mais de travail, de collaboration. Je ne sais pas si vous êtes au courant alors, par rapport aux formations que nous montons. Alors, éducation inclusive, c'est un master. Alors, éducation des adultes et apprentissage tout au long de la vie. Et puis, management et leadership éducatif. Je suis certain quand même que ça pourrait ouvrir des perspectives de collaboration ensemble avec des masters encore de didactique de discipline, Je crois que nous sommes capables de monter avec vous des dispositifs donc, de formation, d'accompagnement, de suivi et pourquoi pas d'évaluation. Voilà, merci et encore une fois mes félicitations.
Merci à vous, je serais honorée de vous rendre. Okay, I'm sorry. It was a kind actually of invitation to join the Faculty of Education Sciences to collaborate together. They are doing excellent work in the field of the inclusive education, in the field of long life learning. So I will be more than honored to work with them and to join them. Thank you so much.
Is it okay if people introduce themselves? Is that okay? We're a small enough yet group to.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers and respected participants, my name is Selma Buskrawi Arawi, and I'm a PhD student in Management Science in the Faculty of Law, Economic and Social Sciences, Rabat. First of all, I'm so proud to be with you, and I really appreciate the enriching insight shared so far. My question is, how can educational institutions collaborate with industries to create inclusive curricula that empower girls, women in those areas with the skills needed for leadership or working opportunities in the future? Thank you so much.
So here we'll shift from the rural areas to the broader sense actually of the, and I told you there is a key word which is participatory. That is, you go to the targeted population, sit with them, talk with them, be it youth, be it young girls, whoever. Do not look down at their experience. They are the ones who know better what they needed, what would work for them. So for me, from all this experience, the key word was participatory, because I noticed firsthand the change in the project, in the two projects. That is, we were sitting here, it was in partnership with the Youth Department of Labor. We were collaborating, deciding here in Rabat for them. Like, we know what was good for them. And we decided, we had our plans, we had our intervention areas. But once we went there, everything changed. So you have to listen to them. Of course, you have experience. You know the limits of what you can do, what you cannot. But just make it clear to them. And again, listen to them, because they know better what would work for them. Thank you, and best of luck with your research.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Hi. My name is Mohammed Hamza Dibani. I'm the professor of the University at Economics. And my question is, have you observed any difference in the impacts of literacy intervention on women of various age groups?
Yes, of course, and this is actually what we said. The change was big, and not only with the girls, but with the community in general. And as I told you, we had those girls who dropped out of school for more than 3 years, and we were able to take them back to school. And they finished their studies, they pursued their studies, they got their baccalaureates, and some of them were employed as teachers, and they were teaching in their communes. And they chose their communes because they knew that in some communes, actually, parents were against having a male teach their daughters. So it was a double-edged, actually, sword. Like, they were working, and they were working in their communes, and they were knowledgeable about the difficulties and the constraints that those girls actually encounter. And another important factor was the language. In some regions where they speak Amazigh, so it was better to have a person from the same commune who masters the language. Okay, thank you so much. I hope I answered your question. Can we just take one
online, so we have some back and forth. So there's a question here about, I think you answered this one. Do you entertain people from other countries working with your group and how? I think that was that question on collaboration. There was another question, maybe you can address them both. The other question was, you empower girls to earn and continue learning. Any suggestions, who else would you be empowering? I heard you said parents, community, but who else would be?
So, it's mostly with local NGOs because it was with them. Actually, the partnership with the associations or local NGOs was of paramount importance because they belong to the communes. So they know if the girls were working, if they dropped out of school. So they helped us first with recruiting the girls. They facilitate that contact with the parents themselves. Sometimes, as I told you, problems of, because here in Morocco we have different dialects. There is, we can have someone from the north, if he speaks his another person who speaks and you will not understand each other. So that facilitated the task. And it was actually the guarantee for continuity by providing training. That helps us actually with the sustainable aspects of the project. So it was with them, and thanks to them that the project actually succeeded.
And if people want to do working with you,
Yes, they are most welcome. We insist on partnership, on collaboration. We can never ever work or claim that we are able to do things by ourselves. And the experiences are very enriching, and yes, they are most welcome actually.
and is it okay to put your email in the chat?
Yes, please, yes.
You have it from the
I think there was there a question? Yeah, she was there, and then you, sorry, trying to keep. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your very insightful talk. I'm not sure if it's being translated to our your students. My question is, so yes, I'm Dr. Laila Kariwal. I am based in UCL, University College London, and I'm one of the speakers on the program. I've really found your talk insightful, and thank you for that. My question is, while working with US DOL, what was your experience of their ideologies, assumptions made, or some of did you experience any challenges?
Thank you for your question. Yes, of course, and this is one of the things when we partner, when you get funds from international organisms or whatever. For instance, for us, it was forbidden to teach Islam or Islamic studies using their funds. So, but we were teaching the Moroccan curriculum in which we have Quran, we have Islamia. So we have alongside those funds, other funds, which we used for those classes. So we understood, and it was clear from the very beginning, and since we accepted, so it was okay. So, because they did not want to have that label encouraging whatever religion. So we understood their position, but they did not forbid us from doing, because it was part of the curriculum. But we have as I told you, partnership is very important and collaboration is very important. We had the American partnership with the American government, with local NGOs themselves. So we were able to do the whole program while respecting the rules that were decided at the very beginning. Thank you for your question.
Assalamu alaikum. I don't know if words can express what you have been telling us. And just a reflection is that now, no need to tell the pupils, no need to tell the child, go to school, Now the school comes home. This is something very positive. And when you tell teachers, I've been a teaching profession for so many years at different levels, because teachers do complain. When I look at what I've been doing, it's fantastic, and God will reward you surely, and all the teachers do so. My question is about how do you address the question of economy, because you said some time back that girls have to work, but when we look at this, they bring in some kind of money, resources. How did you address that problem with the parents? And what about educating the parents? We'd like to know about this because you are dismantling a culture. You are dismantling a culture in order to establish a new culture. And how did you address these two issues? Thank you.
Thank you for your nice words. I appreciate it. Actually, for the first question about economic aspect, we had the kind of scholarship that we gave via the NGOs to the kids. So we gave them the school bags, of course, we furnished the classes, we provided buses for the regions that we could have a bus, bicycles for girls who needed the bicycles. Sometimes, some parents send the daughters to work. Of course, they are poor, but they're not really in need of that money because it's not a salary. It's small amount of money, but still for them sending the girls is like they used to say one mouth less. You get that notion. So we provided scholarships. It was $100 per girl. And for the other question, some of the mothers themselves were girls, as I told you. Like you find a girl 16 years old with a kid. She herself is still a girl. And for vocational training, some mothers who express their will to learn sewing or some of those activities with the NGOs. It was the NGOs allowing the children. For us, we were not allowed to have them because we have the age was limited. So those over actually 16 were not allowed to be included in the project. But the local NGOs, because sometimes the local NGOs are all members. Sometimes you find like the whole commune having the same family name, their cousins among themselves. So they were helping each other. Even if for the project we were not allowed to have parents, we had some training for them because we worked a lot on awareness raising, on the risks of not sending girls to school, on the risks of early marriage on girls and all of that. But for the other activities, it was in an indirect way, a work with the NGOs, the local NGOs themselves. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. First, I want to just say I'm amazed to be one of your students. My question is, what is the impact you have on the other doors, like not the ones you go to, but the ones you didn't go to, like when they see this other wars and the mother say, oh, my daughter had the back, like Lord, what they tell them, how you impact the other, like one who you were working with.
Okay, thank you. Me too, proud to have you as a student. Actually, for the impacts of we used to work in a commune. It means all those doors and the way classes or schools are built or organized in rural area, that is you have one in a particular region because you cannot have plenty. One in one region and you have all the others coming to that same school. And this is what explains why some don't go, because for instance, one lucky war finds itself near the school. And consequently, if parents are willing to send their daughter, then they go because they go and they come back to school. It's near them. For those who are far, of course, we were concerned with those who are far, with those who were not sending their daughters. And the strategy actually was working with all the communes. With, for instance, a commune is in which we have the Jmaa, in which we have different growers. So we work with all of them. Normally, I can't tell you what others think if I have not been there. But for those who are near them, that is sometimes we we have a list of a number of girls. Then the NGO, the head of NGO comes and tells, I need to add more because some girls who refused at the very beginning to go, after they saw that their cousins are going, they want to join them. And of course we say yes, but replace them in, for instance, it created some problems because we used to work in cohorts, but still we try to fix that, like having that additional list. Okay, thank you. Okay, and we have a question online. Last question. In terms of the curriculum, and you did talk about literacy, you did talk about some other types of skills that or activities. Can you tell us more about what did you teach in your projects other than literacy? Actually, we had different programs. As I told you, we had tutoring classes after class tutoring programs for those girls at risk of dropping out of school. Because some of them, sometimes they miss classes the day of the market. It's a sacred day, so they cannot go to school while it's a day of the market, so they miss school. Problems with French because their parents are illiterate, they cannot help with the exercises. So we organize after class tutoring program. And this, of course, based on the program, on the curriculum itself. Or
what's in that? What did you teach?
It depends on the needs of the students themselves, where they were encountering problems. It was the NGO, because we were not doing the work ourselves, but the NGOs. So it was after the meeting of the NGO with the school teacher, the mainstream school teacher, who exposed different, for instance, problems or difficulties, whether it's with mathematics or French. Most of the time it was with French, we find difficulties with French. Because you know, when you go to school, of course we are an Arab country, but when we go to school, we speak Moroccan dialect. Once we are in school, we speak another language. Even Arabic itself is a second language for girls when you go to school. For instance, they are used to saying then the teacher say, no, this is Qinina. So it's the first time you hear the word Qinina. So you're not familiar with yes. This has to do with the after class tutoring. Then we had the vocational training for older girls who have never been to school and who are older than 12. So this kind of vocational training, like providing them with skills that would guarantee them to get a job after. And for those girls who were still young and who were targeted to reintegrate in the mainstream school, they were working on the mainstream program. They were working on the program and the curriculum itself, the formal one, yes. So this is why we had formal education and non-formal education program. Okay, good. I think we. Oh, we have one more. Okay. Oh, two more. Okay. So let's hear one question. Thank you for this interesting, insightful interaction and discussion and responses to the questions. Please go ahead.
First, good morning. I really cannot express in words how proud I am to see a Moroccan professor with such skills and abilities and achievements as you are. Thank you very much. My name is Budar Hanan. I'm a PhD researcher from Dubai University in Qatar, and I'm so proud to be here. My question to you is regarding the linguistic maybe hindrance you might have faced. You mentioned that in so many areas in which you have done this remarkable work, many girls were speaking the Amazigh language, and we know that at some point that they're mostly kind of alienated from maybe Moroccan, Darija, or any other language. So my question is, how did you approach this kind of, let's say, boundary? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. And actually, it is what I've mentioned. It was, as I told you, one of the key elements to the success of the project itself was the work with and via the local NGOs. So they were coming from the same communities. And as I explained, most of the time they were all members of the same family. So they had all the same name. So we did not have that problem. I felt alienated when I was there because I could not speak Arabic. So I needed translation actually. But for them, they were in their like atmosphere. They felt safe, understood. The teacher could understand them, and they could understand the teacher because she kept like shifting, explaining, using the method. And sometimes I was like that's true to Africans, like you're making fun of me, and I say no, we're just like asking or whatever. Thank you for your question. Just before she asks you a question, in that culture, you have your name, which is, for instance, my name is Karima. We can finger spell it. We can write it like this. And we have a signed name. My signed name is the letter K with this. So when they first gave it to me, I said, why my name is K? They said, because teacher, when you talk, you become red. So we said, so now they're making fun of me because I'm getting
Last question.
Hello, my name is Sinda Bishade. I'm a second year student in ENS Rabat. I'm very glad to be here today. Actually, my question is what are the best NGOs that you work with, and what are your favorite highlights when it comes to impact?
This is a tricky question, actually. I cannot say the best NGOs, in the cities, in the big cities, because our intervention, the way we worked in Casablanca, Rabat, and Marrakech, because they were the biggest cities recruiting little girls working as domestics. And we did not decide for this. It was based on statistics from the National Initiative for Human Development, L'Initiative Nationale du Développement Humain. So we took those statistics from there. And then we went to work in what was called the funding areas of those girls, where those girls come. So actually, we did not have a choice. In the big cities, we worked with Zakura, with Beiti, Darna, SOS Village. So those big known NGOs here in Morocco. But in those communes, we worked with very small models, and they were very, very effective, actually. They did a great job. They facilitated the work for us. And I will never stop repeating that we succeeded in what we did thanks to them and with them, actually. Because they knew the population, they knew them in person, they helped us go directly to those who were really in need of certain action or whatever. And the best impact, as I told you, like having girls who were not aspiring to finish their studies, get their baccalaureate and work. And that had played kind of a role model for other girls who started thinking that yes, it's feasible, it's possible, and we can finish our studies. Thank you. You're most welcome.
Thank you again for Dr. Karima Salahuddin for your responses. I'm just trying to read the last question, but I think you already answered that regarding the applicability of your program in other places around the world. And you did say that first we need to know the context. First, second thing, it has to be participatory. And I like the question about the external and internal motivation. Like if someone doesn't want to, do we force it on them because we think it's good for them? And you did answer that, that we cannot do that. If it's participatory and it is something that is, coming from internal motivation, I think it will have higher chances of success for such kind of program. And do awareness raising campaigns and work with the community, work with the parents. So we want to thank you for all of these insights that really come together to help us understand it's not just about literacy, even though probably your mandate was do literacy. And you discovered that literacy doesn't just come by itself, there's a lot more to be done. So we thank you for your patience with us, with the questions and your gracious answers and responses, insightful answers and responses. And we will go on a break and we will come back exactly at 11:45. And we have coffee tea outside. And I want to thank all of our virtual audience for being with us this morning. It may be evening for some, it may be morning, but we'll come back at 11:45 Rabat local time. Thank you.
Mashallah, so glad you were able to come. Alhamdulillah. Okay. Is it far from here?
How's it going? Good? Oh, good. Alhamdulillah. How many attend?
Yes, I can. Yeah, no problem. Alhamdulillah. Glad we were in touch. Perhaps online and I'm glad everything worked out.
Thank you.
My card?
Take a picture with the president.
Give it to you. I'll look for it and then I'll. Oh, I have
That's me. We cannot do
No, no,
something.
yeah,
Yeah.
أنا هدى.
أهلا وسهلا بالجميع. Welcome back. I hope you had the opportunity to talk, meet new people and interact. We are very pleased to start with our first panel, and it will be focusing and continuing the focus on empowering women through education. This is the first panel where we're going to try the in-person and hybrid. So all of our presentations are recorded previously, but we have the honor of having two of our speakers presented here in person. So we will run the presentations, all the presentations, and then they will be some online, some in person for the Q&A. Does that make sense? Okay, hoping that Buddha will help us and the technology will work for us. Thank you very much.
Open the, it's open. It's open?
Hello everyone, my name is Fadila. I am a PhD candidate at UCLA Department of Education, and
my name is Alexa Barger. I'm a PhD student in French at UCLA.
Good morning everyone. The title of our presentation is Rereading Muslim Female Scholars in Times of Change, Reflections on Mernissi and Jabbar and Implications for Female Education and Empowerment in the Maghreb. So I'm going to start with an introduction to provide a little bit of background about the topic. So the emergence of global citizenship education as a new educational model dates back to the Global Education First initiative in 2012, in which the goal of fostering global citizenship was among the three essential priorities. The two other aims were to put every child in school and to improve the quality of learning. This objective was again tackled in Goal 4.7 in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals by the United Nations in 2016. In this respect, the role of education was expanded and arithmetic skills to include the noble goals of peace, gender equity, mutual respect, environmental protection. The UNESCO plays an important role in canonizing the field of global citizenship education, and the importance of creating gender equity in educational spaces is actually reflected in its emphasis in Goal 4 on quality of education, and also Goal 5 on gender equality. Okay, interesting enough, according to Sustainable Development Goals, Target 4.7 as shown in the slide, which says like by 2030, ensure that all learners acquire knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including among others through education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyles. Human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and nonviolence, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural diversity and of culture's contribution to sustainable development. Gender equality, as we see here, is juxtaposed with the goal of fostering global citizenship and promoting sustainable development. Both are key to achieving sustainable futures. To set the background, now how does sustainable development goal target 4.7 play out in the Maghrebi context, in Algeria in particular, and why is the context relevant to this discussion? So here I quote the Algerian sociologist Marnia Lazreg in her book The Eloquence of Silence, Algerian Women in Questions, when she states that nationalism is seen as the other side of the colonial coin. Therefore, to understand the experiences of Algerian women in the post-colonial period and the way it impacts their educational opportunities, it is important to take a look at their experiences in the pre-colonial and pre-Islamic period. First of all, the pre-Islamic Algeria witnessed the womanhood for one of the historical things that we can mention about experience of women is the womanhood of Al-Kahina, was a Berber queen who led her people against the Arab conquest of North Africa in the 7th century. She became a symbol of free women. During the pre-colonial era, women used male European captives to help them to clean their homes, run errands, and care for animals, and also do other domestic stuff at home. And women didn't themselves before these captives and showed a great freedom when dealing with men in general. Moreover, there were variations from region to region about veiling and lifestyle. During the colonial period of Algeria, the imposed prostitution, especially in cities such as Boussaada, along with the French system, which is viewed as immoral and contradicts with Islamic values, created the phenomenon of veiling, which came to be used as a form of defense and resistance. During the decolonization period, during the Algerian National War, women actively participated in the War of Liberation. And here we can mention Zohra Drif, Bouhiret, Lalla Fatma Soumer, Bilbouli, among other martyrs and freedom fighters. That being said, the political independence could be viewed as a disadvantage for the Algerian woman. And here, the revolutionary model of the state used Arabization along with Islamization to change the social landscape of the country. So as a result, women are still treated less than men, and the stereotypical depiction of women's lack of agency and disempowerment became common sense. Now, by situating the contemporary narrative on Maghrebi women within the broader global discourse on gender equality on the one hand, and the post-colonial narrative on patriarchy as the norm on the other hand, how can literary studies help us understand Maghreb women experiences, and what are the implications of these literary studies for women's empowerment in the Maghreb?
And in order to answer that question from Fadila, I want to provide the example of the writings and the life of Assia Jabbar, who was born Fatima Zahra Himalayan in 1936. And so she was born in Chachel to a middle-class family of Chinois Amazigh background. Her father was an educator and worked in the French colonial system, where she began her education. From ages 5 to 10, she was also enrolled in the Quranic school. But then was not able to continue those studies due to separation of boys and girls, and completed her secondary education partly in French schools in Algeria, and then in what we called metropolitan France. She would also do her higher education there. And this would be around the time of the War of Independence. So when she returns in 1962 to Algeria, she attempts to begin her career as an educator of history and literature, but finds that Arabic has been instituted as the only language of education, which is very troubling, because what we see in her writings and in her decision to work in France from that point forward is that language and gender are interconnected in her narrative of education. To that end, I think we can especially look at works like L'amour, la fantasia, or Fantasia, as we call it in English, because it is one designed to be kind of a comparative narrative of Algerian women's experiences from the colonial period to Assia Jabbar's present day in the 1980s, but it begins with her childhood and the moment in which she was brought to the French colonial school. And I'll read this quote that describes her experience. From the very first day that a little girl leaves her home to learn the ABCs, the neighbors adopt that knowing look of those who in 10 or 15 years' time will be able to say, "I told you so," while commiserating with a foolhardy father, for misfortune will inevitably befall them. And what we see here is this sense of scrutiny, of exclusion that Jabbar experiences, and also these contradictions of being educated in a colonial system, that one allows her a certain freedom in how she can dress and how she can move through certain spaces, but also doesn't allow her a greater connection with her faith and with her certain aspects of her culture. And so it's interesting when we compare this narrative with how she describes the Quranic school, and I quote directly, "It's paradise regained for her," because she's able to refamiliarize herself with calligraphy, with her faith, with aspects also of her mother's side of the story. But slowly she begins this education with a few girls, and then slowly she becomes the only girl. She was with other girls also of Amazigh background, then becoming the only girl, then eventually being excluded as a result of her gender. And so when she looks back at all this, she describes this kind of ambivalence and this kind of exilic relationship to language. And I read the quote, "The language of the others, in which I was enveloped from childhood, the gift my father lovingly bestowed upon me, that language has adhered to me ever since." And that sense of adhering is kind of poisonous and painful, but at the same time, it's something that allows her a great amount of mobility in terms of her education. And this, I think, becomes quite clear when we look at the context provided by Lasveg and also by Fatima Mernissi when describing women's education. Whereas young girls, maybe in the 19th century of Jabbar's background, would not have been able to hope for a transformation of their lives through education, they would have these moments later, and there's almost this kind of radical promise in having these combinations of experiences. And I'll read this quote from Lasveg, that women who were born in the 1930s, and many of these women who were also involved in the War of Independence, were the first generation who had attended French schools or Franco-Arab schools. And Algerian children who had happened to attend these kinds of schools were able to attend lycée and attain higher levels of education in the French system. So at the same time that they have this opportunity and are able to imagine a different future for their nation, they soon become excluded. And by the time Fatima Mernissi is writing in Islam and Democracy at the time of the Civil War in the 90s, they become targeted. And Mernissi just claims that the reason that these women continue to be targeted is simple. They're the only ones who publicly assert their right to self-affirmation as individuals, not just through words, but through actions, having succeeded in infiltrating one of the citadels which was long forbidden to women, formal education. So I think there's a certain level of resistance that women demonstrate by seeking this education. But I think when we look at Jabbar, we also see how language and culture complicate this and make that sense of targeting even more acute. So this becomes more evident when we look at Algerian White or Le Blanc de l'Algérie, which is mainly focused on violence during the Civil War, and Jabbar continuing to reflect on the post-colonial state. And she really condemns the educational system in its, quote, promoting the national language of Arabic by officially restricting the living space of the other languages. So she's talking about different dialects of Tamazight, she's talking about spoken forms of Arabic, and she's also looking at how French is being increasingly diminished, banishing a dialect that was vivid in its original iridescence and creating the denial of an entire people's genius, thereby connecting these matters of gender, language, and culture in the negation of the possibility for global citizenship and growth. So to counteract this, and Jabbar is also kind of looking at this with a sense of complicity in having had opportunities that might not have been available to many girls, and also looking at kind of her cohort of fellow writers, she says there needs to be another way of looking at this. And I'll read the quote here, that perhaps it is time for the few writers, and I would also say educators occupied with questions of Algérianité, to tackle texts that they may feel constrained to write, no longer memory of a colonial past in which their childhood took place, and she's kind of holding herself accountable here, but in the light of present threats on the land of their ancestors, even if they have left it behind. So in that sense, she's proposing this image of a literary and also kind of a philosophical Algérianité as a counter action to this state-imposed mode of education that excludes individuals on the basis of culture, on linguistic basis, on questions of gender, such that we can continue to kind of foster these newer possibilities, ones that don't negate a people's genius, as she describes. So I think when we look at the GCEs that Fadila described, we also have to recognize that attending quality education and gender equality requires a level of cultural and historical awareness that depends on the nation and the setting. But for Rabat, this is something that is impacted by many different factors: a colonial history, a multilingual family, experiences of artistic and intellectual exile. And I think when we look at her testimonies and we look at a broader body of literature, we can see how this kind of writing can be an assessment and a testimony of experiences of education. And I would also argue that educators need to continue to consider these accounts when engaging with these ideas of global education and global citizenship, because it's only by looking at this that it can be made possible. So I want to thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that's it.
Hello, my name is Dr. Joel Pierce, and I'm based at the University of Aberdeen.
And my name is Dua Bayoumi, and I'm Egyptian. I was based now in England and done my PhD. Just to give you a bit about myself, I got my bachelor's from Azhar University back in Cairo, and then I moved to the States for a number of years when I did my master's at the University of Chicago in Islamic Studies. And then I landed in England and have done my PhD at the University of Birmingham.
Yeah, whereas I've done all my degrees at the University of Aberdeen. So we're presenting today on online scriptural reasoning as a pedagogical tool for empowering women, case study, and this is going to be based on a project that we did together. Dua and I met through an interfaith fellowship program, and we'd known each other for a couple of years before we did this project. Through that program, I became aware of scriptural reasoning as a practice, and I worked on it at a kind of local level, but I'd never tried it online prior to the pandemic. But Dua has a lot deeper background in scriptural reasoning, so she'll talk about that a bit now.
I was first actually introduced to scriptural reasoning. I was 2014 when I was invited by Cambridge Summer School to have 2 extensive weeks on scriptural reasoning. And I met with people from all over the world, and we were actually introduced to different texts. And this is how I felt I need to do this more in a different context. And then it was during the pandemic time, I felt we needed perhaps more alternative, because most of the worshiping places were shut down. And with the help of other two colleagues, we started this online platform where we invited a religious community, students. It was a variety of number of different people who come for this online platform. And we have done working on text that really talks about how people can encounter such kind of difficulties and how our scripture is telling us about these kind of things. So we just took it from there, and me and Joel, we sat together and we decided perhaps we need to do something for educational level. And then coming from Azhar University, I'm aware that there is huge number of students who are studying religion in theory, but they hardly encounter with someone from outside their tradition. So we felt there is a need for those students to have this kind of online platform, and instead of traveling and having all these kind of funding to be able to travel somewhere, we offer them this kind of opportunity. It's kind of like a structured one for 2 years, so they can just have the chance of meeting with someone from the UK universities and exchange ideas.
Right. So this paper is going to be based on some of the data we gathered from that in terms of how the program affected those who participated in it. And since a lot of those who participated, particularly on the Egyptian side, were women, we're going to focus on their experiences. So just to give you a picture in your mind's eye or on the screen, this is what one of our sessions looked like. This was an early session, so you'll see there's a lot of cameras off. We'll talk about why that's the case a little later on, but we'd have between 15-20 people. Here's 16 that are participating now. So the questions we're going to look at are, what are the advantages and disadvantages of doing interfaith dialogue in this kind of informal way for women in the Middle East and in Egypt in particular? And does scriptural reasoning itself offers some opportunities for the empowerment of Egyptian women. So just so for some definitions and background information, scriptural reasoning is a particular kind of interfaith dialogue. The way it works is that you get a text from the scripture of each tradition that's participating, and someone will introduce that text, and then people will have the opportunity to make observations about it or ask questions. And so there's a way for people from one religious tradition to host people in their text, and for people to be guests in another person's or another faith's text. And it goes both ways. And so it's a really great way of identifying commonality and difference and building friendship across religious traditions. We use, Doa?
Yeah, so I was going to say, like, most of the women who participate in this program, they are mainly from Egypt, and they're coming from Sharia law. Their English is okay. We just had a kind of like application at the beginning just to make sure that they are able to, kind of like dialogue with their colleagues from the British universities here. As you can see, unlike male students who received some instruction in English with the Azhar University, those women, they were actually taught only in Arabic. And that's why we thought it's going to be a good chance for them to have this kind of like different experience. They cannot travel abroad because they financially, there is no scholarships offered for them to travel abroad and have this kind of opportunities. And also, when it comes to the university curriculum itself, it lacks the multi-perspective approach. Most of the topics, they are taught within the Islamic perspective, so they barely know anything about how Christianity, for example, was actually just taught within Christian perspective, how Judaism is taught within Jewish perspective. All these kind of things they are not aware of. And also their opportunities to interact with someone who's native speaker. Of course, this is actually going to enhance their ability to have a sort of like conversation skills and dialogue skills as well.
Yeah, so so that's all knowledge that Doa had just from going through the Al-Azhar program, but that's also stuff that shows up in the literature. For example, Yosef Meri documents a lot of these barriers to interfaith dialogue in the Middle East.
Yeah, Courtney is actually one of my colleagues, and we have been working together on exchange programs in Cairo as well. In this article, because she wrote a book and actually we co-author one chapter together. So she was talking about the virtual exchange and how it really provides a kind of like very unique and significant opportunity for international students, especially those who are they have limited sources to be able to travel abroad. And when we have explored these kind of things, when we have done our virtual exchange together. And also for this one, it talks a bit about the government restriction, Egyptian government, and how they leans towards supporting conservative perspective. And this actually offers kind of like limitation for interfaith dialogue. And this explains a bit why we decided to go for the online platform, so we could ease all this kind of like security check and kind of like government limitation on interfaith dialogue. Of course, we have a trusted institution such as the British Council, who generously offered to have the part of the selection for students. They were taking part in this process. So most of the students who were coming from Azhar University, they to some extent also study with the British Council and have the program in English. And that's how we can, we have tried to make sure that their English is okay so they can have a good conversation with their colleagues here in England.
Yeah, so as Doa was saying, we recruited the Egyptian students mainly through the British Council. UK students we recruited through divinity and religious studies programs. And once we'd gotten kind of a critical mass that we knew that we could do this, we moved on to having SR sessions. And so the SR sessions met once a month. We had 2 groups that met on different days during the week, but once a month for 7 months. So we got 7 sessions in. face-to-face. And then also we had a WhatsApp group that ran in the background where people could dialogue about the topics that came up in the discussion. And then the final kind of phase of the project was gathering feedback. And so on completing the sessions, we had them fill out a kind of more extensive questionnaire, which I'm going to talk about a little later. And this is some of our advertising material for UK students.
So when it comes to the program design itself, so of course, when we first launched this initiative, we got a huge number of students who were interested, especially from the Egyptian side. So we're interested to come to this program, but then we have to make sure that it's really, we have a balanced number from both sides. So we limited this into 2 groups and around like 20 students roughly. The majority were women. So about like 12 female Egyptian students, and they were really committed to this program. And also we, because we understand that students who are coming from different faith traditions, to some extent, they might also confuse some shared terminologies such as scripture, prophets, God, and all these kind of things. So we try to make sure we have introductory session so we can introduce both the Quran and the Bible, emphasizing the history and the canonization and all these kind of different backgrounds. So students, when they aim to have the first session, they have a solid background to stand on. In terms of like the themes itself, of course, so we needed to make this sure begin with something that really light and substantial overlap, so students can relate to each other. And then gradually, session by session, we move to more kind of like challenging topics, and which has a lot of like difficulties and perhaps challenging questions. But we always make sure that we have those tools at the end of the program. So this kind of like friendship and trust has been already built, so students can feel more comfortable to discuss all these kind of issues. We also try to make sure within the design of the program to just give opportunities for leadership. So within the program itself, students can still have chance to lead some of the session, introduce the text, share their ideas. And of course, sometimes we just divide them into like smaller group and students can share more thoughts about different things.
Great. And just to drill down a bit more into like how the application and the feedback worked. The application, I mean, some of it was just trying to make sure that we could get in touch with the people, but we also were asking them about their past experiences with SR, other forms of interfaith dialogue, and also kind of attitudinal questions about, you know, how they viewed other faiths or even what their knowledge of other faiths was. The feedback survey was a bit more extensive. We had specific themes that we asked them about, so the overall experience of the program, but also attitudes towards the scriptures, their own and others. Have they changed over the course of the program? Friendships, use of technology. So one of the things we were curious about was whether this works as a technological experience, and also for the Egyptian students, whether the English language program that they're part of prepared them for this program. The questions were a mix of different kinds of survey questions, everything from a kind of yes, no, maybe format to ranking things to short answer. So the findings we found in terms of our first questions were the advantages and disadvantages of online SR. So one of the interesting things we discovered was that the kind of gradations that you can participate in a Zoom meeting, everything from just listening in to kind of talking with your camera off to having your camera on and talking and being fully involved, actually kind of served our participants well in that it allowed them a very gentle entryway. So some of the initial initially some of the participants only kind of listened in and were nervous about speaking. Maybe they thought their English language wasn't up to it, or they didn't know how to have this kind of conversation, but they kept coming along. And as they continued to come along, they got more confident and more participated in the program. And we did find that actually just the mere fact that you could have conversations online between people in Egypt and the UK meant that this was one of the first opportunities for a lot of our participants to have interfaith conversations at all with someone from another faith or country. And we found, in terms of the feedback we got, that SR accomplished its goal, which was to kind of help them to see commonalities between the two faiths, and also to recognize the differences and still maintain friendships across those. There are disadvantages to this sort of format, and I think we all know them who have used Zoom meetings, which is that Zoom is only as good as your internet connection, and for a lot of our participants, internet connections were things that went on and off in terms of how good they could be. So sometimes we had participants who couldn't turn their camera on because the internet was just too slow, or that it would drop them from the call and they'd have to rejoin, and they struggled with that. And just sometimes I think also there's, it seemed like from our feedback, can be a mismatch in terms of cultural perceptions of technology and what kind of relationships it can form. I think our Egyptian students seem to feel much closer to the UK students at the end. And the UK students, I think, did really appreciate the experience, but were kind of skeptical that you could form friendships through the internet. And so maybe we're less positive on like, oh, we're going to continue having these relationships going forward.
So those are like kind of like a feedback from students, and of course there's other ones because part of the program we have done a Facebook page, and actually on the Facebook page there is a number of recordings about women from Egypt, and most of them, they were really happy to do this recording because they felt that the program affected them in a very positive way. But I'm just gonna read a bit of like the participant, how the participant described the program here. So some people found it really helpful, qualifies me to know about Christianity and Christians, and not to be shocked or afraid of such experience in real life. And as Joel just mentioned now, because some of them, that was really the first experience ever to have someone from outside their tradition. The other one, what I really like about this program, and there is no pressure, just sharing our thoughts, because some of them, you can see they coming with a fear of maybe conversion, or they have to make sure that they really speaks good about their own religion, but we try to make sure that they understand how the platform works in terms of like just sharing ideas, and there was no pressure at all from saying anything. Also, the program equipped me with valuable tools that have enhanced my understanding of my own religion. And this is also what we found is just trying for each side to listen to the question each student is actually raising. They found it quite helpful for them also to have this kind of like question within their own traditions. One of the actually candidates I just want to share here, she continued also to have to participate in it. So once she finished the program with us, she was really satisfied and happy about the whole experience, and she was encouraged to do more of this. So she applied for different programs and she got a fellowship. And also right now she's happy to continue doing her master's in England, which is really a great progress for her, because before this experience, of course, it was hard for her to know more about the Western approach, to meet with someone from outside Egypt, but this one platform enabled her to have this kind of nice experience.
Yeah, and in addition to people coming to England, I got to go to Cairo and hang out with and some of our participants in the SR program, and we actually did a little SR in the British Council building in Cairo as kind of a bonus for some of our students based there. So thank you so much for listening to our presentation, and we look forward to discussing it with you in the Q&A.
Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. Today I'm glad to introduce my presentation about exploring Islamic education for women in the modern era, from indoctrination to digitalization. So for the introduction, actually in the contemporary era, the utilization of technology plays a pivotal role in the dissemination of Islamic knowledge, serving as a means to rejuvenate and replicate information. And this concept of reproducing knowledge in the science of dawah refers to the process of generating contemporary information rooted in scientific principles without serving ties with traditional thought, religious beliefs, and cultural legacy, and in the realm of inviting individuals to embrace the worship of God. So the concept referred to here is a contemporary mindset as understood by individuals from Western societies and those who align with modernist perspectives. However, the focus lies on the generation of novel religious insights that cater to the specific Islamic social and cultural, educational, and religious requirements of individuals. So, this approach aims to assist each person in making appropriate choices that align with their personal circumstances. So this study investigates the significance and challenges and developments of Islamic education for women in the modern period. This research looks into the changing viewpoints on women's education within Islamic principles, as well as the efforts made to promote women's education within Islamic principles, as well as the efforts made to promote women's access to education in modern Muslim societies. Therefore, I take a case study for the research. The case study of one of the new institutions in Egypt, which is called علم and عمل institutions, معهد العلم والعمل. So for research questions, I focus on two research questions. Firstly, to what extent or to what degree do online platforms and technologies influence the caliber and inclusiveness of Islamic education for women in contemporary times? And secondly, how do women's perspectives and voices contribute to shaping the future of Islamic education, and what role does digitalization play in amplifying their influence? So for literature review, actually Islamic education reform across the Muslim world inhibits a shared characteristic, namely the loss of its former magnificence and splendor, and these reforms are currently grappling with the challenges posed by globally competitive environment, while also occupying a preferential position within robust formal education system. So as Lewin stated, that the idea of indoctrination, which is defined as persuading someone else to believe something, seems impractical, which is one of its main issues. Like Islam has always placed a high value on knowledge transfer, but the institutions that facilitate this transmission have evolved over time, have been evolved over time, as Hafner said. So there is numerous or many publications on Islamic education and Islamic schooling provide valuable insights into the teachings of Islam, but their approach often lacks systematic depths and conceptual depths, and this hindering a comprehensive understanding of Islamic education and Islamic teaching. So there is a little empirical study on how internet platforms help women access varied and progressive Islamic education. So this research, or this exciting research, will be focusing on this existing research will be focusing on traditional methods and their indoctrination potential, overlooking new media. So therefore, this study examine how digitalization empowers women in Islamic education, and this topic has gotten little attention in the literature in general. So, for methodology, the study is the case study method to investigate the emergence of Islamic institutions in Egypt and Middle East, and it specifically examined institutions such the Institution of Ilm and Amal, along with various online Islamic courses that have gained considerable popularity among Muslim youth, so particularly females. So the primary phase of data collecting encompassed conducting interviews with female students affiliated with the aforementioned uh, institution, and subsequent research endeavors will be dedicated to further augmenting the existing dataset. So the process of data analysis involves the utilization of both qualitative and quantitative analysis and comparative analysis techniques. So for findings, the research indicates that the process of digitalization has had a substantial impact on expanding the availability of Islamic education for women. This has resulted in the removal of long-standing obstacles and has facilitated greater participation of women in religious studies or Islamic studies. So one of the interviewees said that she learned that a lot of the acts that we perform in worship are heresy or bid'ah. So yet the Islamic curriculum in Ilm and Amal Institute have taught her how to identify this heresy, along with the methods for studying hadith. Additionally, how to worship in the proper way. In fact, she said that I was able to comprehend a lot of theology or aqidah that I had previously been unable to understand because of my Islamic or her previous Islamic education. So overall, due to the incorporation of modern methods and digital tools, the positive impact of contemporary Islamic education on women provides them with a more sophisticated view of their faith. Finally, as conclusions, in summary, reforming Islamic education for women is both essential and a chance to empower a new wave of female scholars and instructors. So we can guarantee that Islamic education continues to be a lighthouse of knowledge, alignment, and empowerment for women in the contemporary era by embracing the changing dynamics of education in the Islamic education in the digital age. So this study has shown that there are a lot of unanswered questions and areas that might be explored further subsequent research or to explore the complex obstacles that Islamic education for women faces and look for creative fixes that make use of digital technologies. And furthermore, there is much to be learned about the changing institutions, various institutions that support knowledge transfer, especially in Islamic way, in the context of women's education in the Muslim world. But that's all for now. Thank you for listening.
Right, thank you so much for our presenters and the co-presenters that are virtually with us. If you are with us and you are a co-presenter or a presenter who's not present, can you please open right for that? They open their video and their audio. Good to see you. Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna start with the question, and we have a few others. We only have about 20 minutes for this, so I apologize if we cannot take all the questions, but that's why we have our wonderful presenters here. Some of them are here in person. So I would like to start with a question on Fatma al-Marnisi. I grew up reading Fatma al-Marnisi and believing it's what her work was telling us as women. Of course, I'm now too old for that type of activism, but I'm hoping the new generation don't believe that too old thing. It's just cliche, but the new generation is as fierce as important, as fierce in terms of pursuing women and the women issues and the interpretations of how to perceive women, whether it's in Islam or culture and tradition and so forth. My question is to the presenter here. I think we have Ms. Fadila with us. Fadila, sorry. Yeah, the question is, because you've done this research and looked very in depth about what her life was about as a Muslim woman and Arab woman in Algeria. Why is it that we don't have many new Marnisis, Fatma Marnisis? What do you think are the reasons behind not having many of her in Arab world, Arab societies, Arab culture? And we'll let you answer the question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ilham, for your question. Actually, this is part of my colleague Alexa, who is absent today. So I focus more on the first part because I'm working more on the field of global citizenship education. How can we promote that in North Africa and the Maghrebi region? So why there are not more like Marnisi and Assia Jabbar in today's Arab world? This is a very good question. I think it's just like, like what happened after the post-independence and nationalism and everything, like there is like kind of conservatism, which is like the outcome of like the colonial experience. And we know that the experiences of like, especially those people who had like French education, like Assia Jabbar and Get Biassine, like their education was like more in French. So after the independence, like we had like Arabization, so they kind of experienced kind of alienation, and like they were obliged like to exile, etc. So I would say it's like more about like nationalism, but I think today with the expansion of English as a global language, there is like more empowerment because the resistance like towards French, especially I'm talking about the Algerian context, is now like more when it comes to English, like there is kind of more conviviality, and people now started like having like other perspectives that are different from theirs, and we are hopeful that in the future we'll have more like Assia Jabbar and Marnisi. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Fadila. I now remember you were there with us in person at American University last year. Good to see you. Thank you. Okay, any questions from the audience here? We'll take a few and then back to the online. Any questions for any of the speakers? Okay. While you're thinking, I can ask my next question. And please just raise your hand if you have one, but let me ask the second question. So one of the comments online was regarding Freire and his work, and Paulo Freire is a Brazilian educator who worked on education of the oppressed, and how do you get to education transformation. I'm sure many of you, and it's not just education, but transforming societies, transforming the power asymmetry between the oppressor and the oppressed, and this type of work. One of the comments online was regarding the dialogue and how Ferreri used dialogue to change the balance between the oppressed and the oppressor. And of course, it's a little more complex than what we think dialogue is, because dialogue, according to Ferreri, is not just the talking and just but there should be some symmetry and maybe changing the symmetry between the parties who are speaking. So this is the comment online, and my follow-up question to both of our speakers is regarding this dialogue. One is about women and their interpretation and their in Islamic education, but the other one is about the interfaith dialogue. Did you notice that there are some asymmetries in your dialogue, interfaith dialogue with the British Christian group? Even though it's online, there is a hegemony of English, for example, as the method and the way of talking and dialoguing. Is that the verb? Dialoguing. And my second question to you is the external Christian-Muslim dialogue versus the internal Christian-Muslim dialogue in Egypt. Why that and not the internal one? And then I will ask you a question. Maybe you can give us some comments regarding the use of dialogue. And you mentioned English, and you mentioned, language, and you mentioned. So please, if you can relate to that. Go ahead.
Hello. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me to such a great conference. Joel, please, hi first. Please help me if you want to answer any of the questions, because I'm not here myself. But I would love to start with the one on the insider and outsider, because this is part of the interfaith dialogue. Of course, the conversation was quite different. Some of the other university students, they already have this kind of work with some Coptic Christian in Egypt. And of course, the culture is quite important, because they would speak in Arabic, so they would feel more confident speaking to them in Arabic. But so I would imagine that the question they are raising is quite different from someone from outside Egypt. And this was partially intentional. So, because again, students who are studying at other university, part of the assumption is basically Christianity as a whole is just one group. And within the program we have designed is basically we just try to let them understand how Christianity as a religion, it's a huge religion. When it's actually coming to be participated, there's the cultural element, which is very important. There is different, kinds of groups like Protestant, Catholic, and Coptic. So it's not just one group. It's a very, very diverse. And even within the UK universities, some of the students, they would assume they're coming from a Christian family, but they are quite secular in a way that it's really hard to claim that they are really Christian participant and they just go to the church every single day. So this was intentionally part of our program, so students can be aware of the diversity within one religion. And of course, the same would apply to Islam, because many of the students who are coming to the program, they would assume Islam as just one single, kind of practice. But when they come and they start to learn more about how Muslims living in Egypt, just sort of practice religion, they know that there's other Muslims would really have different kind of practices, because again, culture is very important, and Islam as a religion is very kind of very open to adapt different cultures. So this is perhaps the first question. The second one you said, can you remind me, because it's
dialogue, that symmetry and
maybe Joel, do you want to carry on with this one?
Yeah, I guess I can try. I mean, I guess just what I was thinking about in response to the question about power asymmetries, particularly there certainly is, because we're doing the dialogue in English, there is that asymmetry, and that is just a feature of a program that's set up between English students and Egyptian students, just because English students are, for the most part, monolingual. But I will say that I think scriptural reasoning is actually a really nice tool in terms of kind of deflating some of those asymmetries, because the students who are coming from Egypt were acting as experts in the text and their interpretations of the text. And so that dynamic of acknowledging that you're being the English students were a guest in the Quranic text, and equally the Muslim students were a guest in the biblical text, sets them up in kind of a reciprocal relationship of hosting and guesting, which does a little bit deflate some of those power dynamics. So yeah, that's one thing I like about scriptural reasoning.
Thank you. And Isra, you want to say something about dialogue? Do you have any room in your project, in your study?
Okay. Okay, thank you so much for your question.
Okay, thank you so much for your question. And you have mentioned the words of referee, and it's interesting to hear about it. Actually, I haven't read any of his books, but I thank you for your recommendations. I will read it. And for the interventions, I show the case study of this institution, Mahadran al-Amal, because I found it interesting, because in Egypt you cannot get formal Islamic education unless you are studying in Al-Azhar. So I found this institution, it's not formal institution, but the institution gives the opportunity to the people who are not active to Al-Azhar to learn about Islamic education through this institution, especially for women. And we were speaking also about the sustainability, and they have these sustainability aims, because after getting the courses in this institution, you can teach also after graduating from their courses with success. You can teach whether you can teach children or also young women. Thank you.
I have one question.
Just 1 second, please. This is not working. What happened? It's not security.
Yeah, sorry about that. We do have a question from Professor Moran first, and then we have a question online from Fadila. She had her hand raised. Fadila, are you still wanting to ask? Just raise your hand, use the hand.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely. Yeah. Yeah, I want to congratulate Joel and Dora, great project. And I have shared in the comment, it's like doing global citizenship in action, and we need like a lot of interfaith dialogue. And yeah, you really like use a lot of Freire's concept like dialogue and trust, etc. So I'm just like curious about like the project itself, in terms of the concept of like empowerment itself. Like how did you define empowerment? Is it in like because I wasn't like really following very well. Is it empowerment of which context is the empowerment term refers to? And also, did you like use any specific criteria in terms of like selection of participants, maybe background about religion, like I don't know, like what background like did they have? Because yeah, especially in both like religions, like there are a lot of resources. So what criteria did you use in order to select participants in terms of religious knowledge? age, etc., and also proficiency in terms of English language. And since I am a linguist, I always like I'm cautious about the concept of language, the issue of language barrier. In Egypt, English is the second language. They are way more better than us because English is our fourth language in the Maghreb. But did you use like, what are like ways that you use in order to prevent like dominance in terms of dominance of the conversation, especially people from Christian background, they are monolinguals in English. Let's say, for instance, Egyptians, they want like to express themselves, but they don't have the expression in English, so it's more in Arabic, especially like Quran, like is rich resource. So how did they express themselves, and whether like there is translation or yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we get it. Thank you. Thank you. You get the question. Okay, thank you.
Do you want to answer this question?
Are you talking to me, Doa?
Yeah.
Let's
Microphone, so I was wondering, would you like
yeah, I can take a stab and maybe you can add if the microphone's working. Yeah, I think those are great questions. So empowerment, I think what we were looking for in terms of empowerment are, do the women who participated feel more confident both in participating in these kinds of dialogues, but also in terms of their knowledge of other faiths and the ability to participate in interfaith dialogue, either in a local setting or further down the road. And also in terms of getting access to education and opportunities that otherwise wouldn't be available. Though Doa can add, because I mean, this is really, she knows what the local setting is a lot better than me. But in terms of managing the conversation, that certainly is a challenge. And actually that's a challenge in any form of scriptural reasoning. Even here in the UK, where everyone's first language is English. But part of the way we did that actually was having Doa and I kind of trade off in terms of facilitating and also emphasizing the asking of questions rather than people speaking for a long time. So you know, when we do the presentation of the text, you know, or someone, sorry, actually, now that I think about it, another way we did this is we would invite participants to have, for each text, someone would introduce it. So there would be an Egyptian student who would introduce the Quranic text and give a background on its meaning. And then when the Christian students came in, it would be to ask a question or something, and then the Egyptian student could maybe explain a bit more what's going on. And so there was a fairly structured way of doing things, and Doa and I were intervening to make sure that everyone got a chance to speak a fair amount. So we managed the conversation. I think there was something else that you had asked, but it's gone out of my brain. Doa, did you want to add in?
Yeah, sure. So I just want to come back to, for people who are not familiar with the Al-Azhar University as a platform, it's actually, there is a segregation between women and male. So I come from Azhar University. I got my bachelor's from Azhar University, and I was the whole department was basically women. Because the education is for free, so you can imagine people who would be interested in this kind of like a platform. So usually you got people from the suburb, from countryside, and they are really willing to learn more because they are going to go back to where they are from. And the easiest thing is just to be a teacher. So we thought training a teacher was just going to go back and teach other, kind of like women from the village. And this perhaps would be the only chance for them to have this kind of education. The other thing is most of the scholarship, they just go straight away to male departments because there's assumption that those male could still travel abroad and they have this kind of like, they master different languages. So I felt there is a need, being Egyptian myself, I felt there is a need to bridge this gap between East and the West and offering them this kind of opportunity without having any kind of like fear or concern from their families, because again, for them to travel abroad is kind of like a really a big issue. So having this online platform was kind of like a way to, you know, kind of like just bridge this gap and offer them extra, because most of them, they coming from religious, they study at religious studies in the department. So I assume they would be like kind of like an Islamic teacher. So it's just offering them extra kind of like curriculum to enable them to learn more about the other perspective, and you know. So this was basically the whole thing.
Thank you, and Nora. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a really interesting presentation. So it's a question I hope that would, I think, be relevant to all three papers. But I think it was in your paper presentation, Dua and Joel, that this idea of a host and a guest came up. And I've been involved in interreligious dialogue works across the three Abrahamic faiths for a while now. And I think we make assumptions about insider status, and that came up as well. We assume that because somebody identifies as Muslim, Christian, or Jewish, that the person actually has an understanding of what it means to be Muslim, Christian, or Jewish. And then we draw a line between the insider and the guest, to use your term. And I find it often when I speak to certain students or young people or older people, that they themselves are a guest in their own faith. And I'm wondering whether you could speak to that. You know, is this assumption that because I ascribe to a particular identity, I therefore have an understanding? Is that a true assumption? Or do you find that people ascribe to an identity, but actually they don't have a full understanding? And could that be a contributing factor as to why there is a reluctance to engage in interfaith dialogues? Thanks.
Again, Joel, can you help us answering the question? So basically, again, the idea of like insider, outsider is quite fascinating, and thank you so much for bringing this into the conversation. I think what we liked about SR, scripture reasoning, is basically, I'm sure on our own as a Muslim, we have done a lot of SR to own our tradition. So like a group of people would just need to read the Quran and they understand it. But the question we raised is quite different. So when outsiders come into the conversation, they are bringing a new platform. So basically, when they start raise questions, it's quite different. But I think to some extent, I agree with you with this idea of although we assume we are kind of the Quran is not really far from us, we understand it, but when someone from outside come, because sometimes these kind of questions we take it as granted, but when someone come to your conversation and they start to have raised a number of questions, you feel like, well, I never thought about it. Although the Quran itself as a book of Islam we have read it many times, but the time those people are coming, or those different traditions are coming to the Quran, you start to feel like the whole conversation is actually taking a different shift, because there is quite different question or has been raised. For someone who's outsider to raise a certain question about what does this mean, or what does that mean? So you start to feel, well, I never thought about it before. Although I'm quite familiar with my scripture, but I never thought about it. So we got this kind of idea because some of our students, they felt, well, I'm a Muslim, was educated in religious studies, but I can't answer it because it's quite new question to me. So what we have done is basically we also extended this conversation into a WhatsApp group. When students are done with the SR session, because it's limited, they can still freely go to this WhatsApp and continue to have this kind of discussion. And to be honest with you, we found this kind of conversation is even more interesting than the session we already done, because it's more of extending the conversation in a way that students can read more and come back and start to answering some of those questions that haven't been addressed within the session due to the time limitation and so forth. So I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, we're just gonna use this. Yes, I realize it. Just 1 second, please. There's a question for Isra online regarding, and then we'll come to you, and I think then we can conclude the session. There is a question regarding some of the text or the content of what you did in the Islamic education course with women. What are some of the learnings or some of the lessons that were common, and how did you approach them?
Okay, he or she asking about the courses itself.
Yes.
Okay.
The courses.
Okay. The courses is by the institution itself. I have registered of one of these courses. It was online. Actually, they give offline courses also, but they provide online courses for those who are not in Egypt, outside Egypt. And at this time, I wasn't in Egypt, so I joined the online course, and I found students from different parts of Arab countries, even from Morocco, and the age also was different, not only young. There was also older people are trying to learn about this course. The course was about how to understand Quran, not only to read, or as she mentioned in Azhar, we only memorize. We focus on memorizing. We focus on the content to memorize it. But later on, we found ourselves not understanding all what we are memorizing. So the course was basically focusing on how to do like tadabbur, or to understand Quran and also Hadith. So there was a lot of levels. They are focusing in the beginning in understanding Quran, then they go through Hadith, and also there is exams, online exams. They have also an online platform you can access and do the exam while the course is or the session is online. The exam is in the beginning of the session. That's all about the course. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we will take the last question. Can someone help us?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I'm Dr. Abdullah Al-Mamoon from Bangladesh. At first, I would like to thank Alex Berger and Fazila for beautiful presentation, and Isra Ahmed for her beautiful presentation. قال الله سبحانه وتعالى في كلامه المجيد أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إنا جعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم صدق الله العظيم. We all people from a man and woman, Adam and Hawa, and how.
Please ask the question.
And please, and I ask how to in the world peaceful coexistence with Muslim and Christian and others religion. It can be possible by online platform, by teaching language, and any other ways. This is my question.
So how do you do teaching? Please, yeah, thank you.
How can peaceful coexistence in the world with Muslim and any other religion, Christian and others? And this possible on online platform to teach English language or others language and common interfaith dialogue with Muslims and others people. It can be possible.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, it's actually possible, but also you have to make sure those people who are coming from certain background, they are familiar with the Islamic literature as well. Because part of the tricky thing about interfaith is some people are not aware what the Quran itself talks about the non-Muslims, like Christian and Jews or whatever. So when they come, they have this kind of tendency to just not really understanding Islamic teaching of how to dialogue with people. So what we have done is basically we already have worked with students who are familiar with those kind of things because they're coming from religious studies department. So we assume that they already have this kind of a basic stuff. And once they have so then we just take it further to do this kind of trying to teach them, or maybe not trying to help them dialogue with someone from their outside tradition. But also I have to say, because we have done this in 2 different rounds. The first one, we of course encounter certain challenges, and part of it was basically, having this kind of shared terminologies like prophet, scripture, like God, and of course it means different things in different traditions. So for students to come with this kind of perspective, then for the second round, we had to make introductory session in which me and Joel, we tried to give kind of history, a bit of history of the history of the Quran, the history of Bible. So students who are come and see these kind of shared traditions, they wouldn't assume it's actually very familiar to them. No, it's not familiar because prophecy in Christianity completely different from prophecy in Islam. And that's really worked very tricky for us. So I would say, yeah, it's actually feasible, but also you have to make sure the students who are coming, they have this kind of solid background in Islamic studies.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We're gonna have to take a break now, a lunch break. I wanna thank our in-person presenters, Isra and Dua. I also wanna thank our online presenters. I know it's very early for you. At least I know Fadila, you're in the US, so it's very...
No, I'm in Algeria, so I came to Algeria last week. Alexa
speaking from... Oh, Scotland, okay. And then we have also your co-presenter who was with us, Fadila. So I want to thank you all for being with us so early. Thank you for being with us in person. And thank you for our audience here. We will take a break, lunch break. There are, of course, the students, where to eat. For others, we have lots of different restaurants. You can ask Sukaina or Lina for some recommendations. We will break from 1 right now through 2:20, and we'll be back here for our second panel on scholarship and engagement of women at 2:20 to 3:30. So please be here on time. We will start sharp at 2:20, and for our audience online, that will be 2:20 local time in 1 hour and 20 minutes. Thank you so much, and enjoy your lunch.
start. We underestimated the lunch drive. So here we are. I appreciate your patience. So we are on the panel 2, which is women's scholarship and engagement. And we have 3 speakers. I know Rashid Umar will be virtual, but he'll be joining us for the Q&A. Rashid Umar, of course, is from South Africa. And then Hanan Suda, is she here? And then the third one is Muhammad Awel Suleiman. Is that virtual? Virtual as well. Okay. So we will listen to Dr. Rashid Umar first. Thank you so much.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My paper argues that Rabia Terry Harris embodies a distinctively Islamic but universally applicable approach to nonviolence and peace building. By highlighting the thought and the activism of Sister Rabia Terry Harris and her organization called the Muslim Peace Fellowship, which she founded and spearheads, my paper seeks to demonstrate that Islamic theology provides a sound basis for a nonviolent jihad or a struggle for a just peace or peace with justice. My paper is divided into 2 sections. First, I reflect on the theological and the mystical or Sufi influences on Sister Rabia Terry Harris's what I call engaged Sufism or Tasawwuf. And the second part of my paper, I introduce Rabia Harris's theology of nonviolence via an organization that she founded and spearheads called the Muslim Peace Fellowship. Rabia Terry Harris is a woman and a self-identifying marginal scholar of Islam based in North America, who entered the Islamic faith community when she was a senior studying at Princeton University in March of 1978. Harris found her initial spiritual bearings within the Khalwatiyya Jarrahiyya Sufi Tariqa based in Istanbul, Turkey, and founded on the example of Sheikh Nuruddin al-Jarrahi, who died in the year 1678 of the Common Era. Drawing on the inspiration provided by 2 contemporary teachers within the Jarrahi order, namely Sheikh Safar Effendi, who died in 1991, and Sheikh Tausun Bayrak Effendi, who died very recently in 2018, Rabia Terry Harris has reinterpreted the Jarrahi Sufi approach to spirituality by especially applying it to the field of nonviolence and peace building. And at the core of Harris's Islamic inspiration for her theology of nonviolence is a deep personal experience as a teacher and follower in the Sufi traditions of Islam. Harris's religiosity reflects an interesting shift in Sufi discourses. She contends that, and I quote, "It is not our business to seek ecstasy, fana, and secret knowledge of God, but rather it is our business to seek ubudiyya, or servanthood," unquote. And since God in Islam, Allahu huwa al-Ghani, who is self-sufficient, is not in need of service. Serving Allah means serving Allah's creation. Moreover, according to Harris, the feasibility of the Sufi practice of halwat or seclusion is dependent not only on the spiritual capacity of the seeker, but also on the needs of the age and their world. Harris articulates an interpretation, therefore, of tasawwuf consonant with our contemporary age that moves, as she says, from khalwati or seclusion to what she calls jalwati or non-violent activism for peace and social justice. So this approach to Islamic spirituality or tasawwuf has been described by two contemporary Muslim scholars, namely Professor Scott Kugel and Professor Saadia Sheikh, as engaged Sufism. Now, taking inspiration from the authoritative and well-known late 19th and early 20th century Sufi scholar Junaid al-Baghdadi, who died in the year 910, engaged Sufism shifts the focus from attaining spiritual ecstasy or secret knowledge of God through annihilation, or what is known as fana, to the service of creation through subsistence, known as baqa. The engaged Sufism approach is based on the public and political expression of religious values, shaking up the neat binary between politics and theology and the public and the private demanded by so-called secular modernity. Now, mapping out an approach called engaged Sufism, Professor Kugel and Professor Sheikh argue that personal and private action are interlinked through the cultivation of virtues, allowing spirituality to spontaneously flow into the public realm through the manifestations of justice, of mercy, of altruism, and of generosity. They contend that, and I quote, spiritual development demands an ethic of care that is socially engaged. In a seminal article published by Rabia Terry Harris titled Nonviolence in Islam, the Alternative Community Tradition, published in 1998, Terry Harris approaches her spirituality from a multivalent concept of jihad. She develops her understanding of the multivocal Islamic concept of jihad as primarily non-violence and peace building. And she develops it further in an article in 2002 titled Reclaiming the Prophet's Jihad, a Primer on Islamic Nonviolence. In this book, Harris grapples with the various shades of the meaning of the word jihad by drawing on the Quran, the many verses relating to jihad, and rereading of the Prophet ﷺ's mission of Tawheed, of comprehensive unity of God, against what she calls Jahiliyyah, and she interprets it as structural violence or violent ignorance. But in particular, she draws on Quran chapter 22, verses 39 to 40, Surah Al-Hajj 22, 39 and 40, and Surah An-Nisa chapter 4, ayah verse number 75, and suggests that the Quranic notion of jihad is against all forms of dhulm, and it is not for political power manifesting in material demands of the contemporary Islamic frameworks. Echoing an Islamic ethical legal principle of correct means, Harris argues that if a manner of fighting slaughters the innocent, ravages the sources of life, and sows corruption in earth. It is abominable. So she argues that the means must be consistent with the ends. Ends and means should synchronize. If the means and ends do not synchronize, or not in line with each other, then she argues that such means of fighting is jahiliyyah, even blasphemily undertaken in the name of God, unquote. So in this way, for Rabia Harris, nonviolent struggle is the only legitimate form of jihad, because it does not employ modern weapons of mass destruction. She argues that modern weapons of war inevitably causes devastation and harm, which is beyond what is classically understood as normative or defensive jihad. Furthermore, for Harris, jihad is a struggle on a spiritual level. She writes, the objective of jihad is the restoration of wholeness, and its strategic goal is to induce a lasting change of behavior on the part of the opponent. She argues every human being can change, whether willingly or unwillingly. If we aim to induce such change with wisdom, patience, and subtlety, this is a courageous form of jihad. For Harris, therefore, contemporary manifestations of violence done in the name of Islam means nothing more than fighting for political power, revenge and vengeance, or glory. And so to provide practical expression to her theology of nonviolence and peace building, Sister Rabia Terry Harris founded in 1994 an organization called the Muslim Peace Fellowship, or Ansarul Salam. This was probably one of the first organizations for peace building and nonviolence in the global north, which was exclusively devoted to the theory and the practice of Islamic nonviolence. So Harris, in fact, describes the Muslim Peace Fellowship as a new paradigm, a vital, marginal, creative moment with intellectual centers on the periphery of the old Islamic empires, such as North America, South Africa, Europe, South India, and Malaysia. According to its mission, the Muslim Peace Fellowship understands unarmed struggle in pursuit of just and compassionate social transformation to be the original and enduring genius of the prophetic jihad. And through a combination of political education, grassroots coalition building, environmental justice and sustainability, and of course, spiritual activism, the Muslim Peace Fellowship attempts to reaffirm the Muslim commitment to peace by engaging with the inherited wisdom of the Islamic tradition to cultivate a theology of nonviolence and peace. The Muslim Peace Forum website carries the following interesting disclaimer, and I quote, "Whatever act of violence has just taken place, we deplore it," unquote. I would like to conclude with an inspirational Sufi parable shared by Sister Rabia Terry Harris, which I believe aptly captures the end goal of a theology of nonviolence and peace building. I quote, "A friend of God, a wali or a saint, went forth for the pilgrimage, the Hajj. And on the road, in the middle of the desert, the wali came across a little black ant struggling along. Ant, where are you going? He asked, in the way some people have of asking, of speaking with creatures. Why? I am going on the pilgrimage to Mecca, the same as you. But Ant, the wali objected, you will never make it. It's hundreds of miles, and besides, you have a broken leg. What does it matter? The ant asked, as long as I am on the way, unquote. The aim of this Sufi parable is to demonstrate the importance of being on the journey and on the path towards realizing its realization. The noble goals and ideals of nonviolence and peace building, even if one may not be able to achieve them immediately. For both the ant and the wali, the friend of God, was seeking to reach the holy city of Mecca. The wali was focused on the objective, that is reaching Mecca to perform the Hajj, whereas the ant was more focused on the fact that it was on the journey to Mecca. For the ant, it was all about being on the right path with the right intention towards the noble goal, even if reaching that goal was going to be a long, a tedious and arduous struggle. For the wali, for the saint, it was less about the journey, but more about reaching the final destination. The parable of the ant and the wali holds critical lessons Terry Harris teaches us for peace and justice activists as they struggle to achieve the prized objective of just peace. In the Islamic theology of Sister Rabia Terry Harris, through taking on the role of the ant, peace and social justice activists can make modest contributions towards both personal as well as social transformation. In Rabia Harris's worldview, it is by undertaking servitude and solidarity that Muslim peace and justice activists subsist in the challenging world in which we live. I thank you for your patience.
Hello, everyone. My name is Godar Hanan, and I'm a PhD researcher from Ibn Tufayl University. I would like to thank you for having me today. So my presentation today is going to be about the role of female Muslim scholars in the development of Western knowledge. This is a research paper dedicated to this particular conference. So to start with, the research includes an introduction, a background, literature review, methodology, results, and a timeline that goes with the results, the recommendations, and a conclusion. First of all, there could be no difference of opinion upon the fact that the very first ayats of the Quran to be revealed to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the very first word was read, recite, okay? So knowledge, education, and seeking wisdom, therefore, runs deep into the faith of Muslims. It is Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam who first said that seeking knowledge is mandatory on every Muslim male and female, encouraging all Muslims to actively involve in the process of educating themselves and others, regardless of their gender. So the Muslims took this very seriously and spared no effort into teaching, into contributing to the world knowledge, and into studying themselves, into educating themselves. Okay, they started from all that is holy and religious to all that is scientific. So the background of the study, this study stems from the fact that the notion of knowledge has a close attachment to female Muslim scholars. In fact, one cannot talk about knowledge and the transmission of knowledge and history of ideas without relating it to higher education establishment. Like today, we are here in this prestigious conference, in this intellectual discourse, which is taking place at a higher education institution. Okay, so until Fatima al-Fihriya established Jami' al-Qarawiyyin, which is considered to be the first institution for higher education back in 895 in the ancient city of Fez here in Morocco, the concept of higher education was not introduced into the world. After that, the idea spread into the Arab Muslim world, and it took hundreds of years for this notion to be imported into the West. So tribute to women such as Fatima al-Fihriya is actually often neglected. So this research tries to attend to three main questions. The first one, who are some of the most prominent female Muslim scholars that marked the history of ideas? And what are some of the major intellectual disciplines to which these female Muslim scholars contributed? And how did this accumulated knowledge find its way to the Western intellectual milieu? The literature review should start by answering those questions, okay? So before actually talking about female Muslim scholars and the contribution to the West, etc., we should actually talk about the notion of knowledge in relation to Muslims. So after he first established Baghdad on the riverbanks of Dijla in Iraq on Anno Hijri 146, Khalifa Ja'far al-Mansur collected books on literature, geometry, medicine, and even engineering inside a small cabin of his. This small cabin was the nucleus of what was later known as Bayt al-Hikmah. This here is an image of what Baghdad might have looked like at the time, okay? Well constructed, all right? Well designed, okay? And the Khalifa tried to make it even better by making it the heart of knowledge for not just Baghdad or the Islamic Empire, but the world in general, okay? So it was not just Khalifa Ja'far al-Mansur, but other Khalifas also after him contributed to the development of Bayt al-Hikmah, starting by translating books, writing other books, okay, inventing things inside Bayt al-Hikmah. So Bayt al-Hikmah became the largest and the biggest library the world has ever seen, okay, humanity's ever seen. Afterwards, Arabic became the language of science. Thomas Erasmus, who is a Dutch Orientalist, an Arabist, very much interested in the Arabic language and culture and history, deduced from Leo Africanus' account that the Arabs from Fez to Kufa and Basra had more outstanding academies than the rest of the world combined in 1620. Imagine that from Fez, from Morocco to Iraq, people had more outstanding academies, more outstanding establishments for education, for academics, for academia, okay, than the rest of the world combined. And Thomas Erasmus deduced this from Muhammad Hassan al-Fassi, his book was for Africa, La Descrizione dell'Africa. And Muhammad al-Fassi was actually a Moroccan diplomat who was taken captive, okay, for years in Europe. And then he figured that many Europeans did not have any idea on Muslims, okay, on Africans, on etc. So he came back and wrote this book, La Descrizione dell'Africa. And of course, Thomas Erasmus, since he was very much interested, he read the book. After this, and it makes perfect sense that the Arabic language became the language of translation. Bernard Lewis states in his article Translations from Arabic that until the Renaissance and the Reformation, Arabic was probably the most widely translated language in the world, both in the number of books translated and in the number of languages into which these translations were made. Yani, imagine that the Arabic language was the language of the world, the language that everybody wanted to translate, the language that everybody wanted to read, to the extent that it was the most widely translated language. Arabic in the West was also very much important. It was the language of science. It was the language of academia. It was the language of the elites, okay? So it was very important for Westerners to learn this language. Back to Thomas Erasmus in one of his lectures, who says to his students, encouraging them to learn the Arabic language, he says, "Away with those who want discord among us and are trying with imaginary difficulties to put you off from the study of this most excellent language." So he describes the language, the Arabic language, as the most excellent language, and he mentions that there are some people who don't want you to learn it. He says, "I admit that not so long ago, it presented difficulties for us here. But that was because the necessary means, the rules, the teachers, and the books were missing, not because of its nature. But now I hope you will never lack them in abundant supply." So he's talking about the fact that there are resources people are investing in this. People are investing in teaching the Arabic language, in the books, in the rules, in the teachers. Okay, and by the way, he's one of Thomas Serapni was one of the people who actually wrote some of the very first books about Arabic grammar in the West. His book Grammatica Arabica. Okay, and basically it's a translation of Al-Ajrumiya, which is simplification of Al-Alfiya, and this is how it worked. Okay, in the West, you just translate a book and you put your name on it, and there you go. And it is still even now debatable about a huge number of books which were translated and deliberately omitting the names of the original writers, which were the Arabs. So methodology of this book, of this research, include a qualitative research design, because it's mainly a historical analysis of the literature available of female Muslim scholars that have marked the history of ideas in the Muslim world and beyond. It also tries to dig out the way by which the work of these female Muslim scholars found its way to the Western scientists of the Renaissance. The data collection used in this paper is mainly literary, or the data used is literary, as it deals or dealt the works that demonstrated the female Muslim scholars' contribution to the history of ideas. And the main search strategy that involved in this research is using scholastic search engines to collect the data needed. So the main three search sources are Scopus, Google Scholar, and Illicit. Quickly, a description of the finding or a description of the sample. As it turned out, the majority of the authors are female authors. Okay, female authors, because this research only used research articles or articles that were written in English. Okay, the authors proved to be mostly female, and those female not English, okay, or Western female, but Arab Muslims from Arab Muslim descent. So for the disciplines in which these female Muslim scholars were involved, we start with education, medicine, and astronomy. In education, we had Fatima al-Filiya, Naima bint Ali, Ahmed Zainab bint Makkah. So these female Muslim scholars were very much interested in it. They held seminars, they held lectures, okay. They even invited people, all right, to learn more about different disciplines, especially related to education. In medicine, we had Shifa bint Abdullah and Rufayda bint Sa'd radiallahu anhuma, and those are two major, let me call them medical practitioners of the time, and they were hired by Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So they are first medical practitioners in the history of Islam, and to have female medical practitioners at the time was very rare. Not only that, but they also have participated in during wartime in helping soldiers, okay, helping soldiers in attending for their medical needs. In the field of astronomy, and it's really interesting to talk about astronomy even now and relate that to female scholars. But at the time, 967, talk about Al-Jalila or Maryam Usturlabi, who was an amazing astronaut. And Usturlab, okay, Usturlab in Arabic, Usturlab in English, is the name of an invention related to astronomy that she herself invented. Religious teachings, and maybe this particular domain was the most one, or the major interest for all Muslims, male and female. So we had Aisha bint Abi Bakr radiallahu anha, Asma bint Abi Bakr radiallahu anha, Darda radiallahu anha, Zainab bint Sulaiman. So all these female Muslim scholars were actually interested in this domain, and they tried to simplify religious teachings. They tried to transmit Prophet Muhammad his legacy to different people. Okay, they held lectures also and seminars. In the domain of economy, we had Samra and we had Shifa again in this field too. She was also, both of them were hired by Prophet Muhammad to attend for what we would call today a market inspection. They were kind of market inspectors that tried to see that there was no sort of corruption rules then within the Muslim market. And to think about this at the time, it's kind of innovative. Okay, it's revolutionary, you know, to think about this particular type of a job. Math. It's really interesting to talk about the field of math and related to female Muslim scholars. We had Sutaita and we had Lubana. Okay, Lubana of Cordoba, or Lubana al-Qurtubiyya, 987 and 984. And those two female Muslim scholars were really, they had this great impact in the domain of math. Okay, they had these equations that had never been solved, and they solved them. They introduced new concepts into math, and they were like major contributors to the field of math in the world. Architecture, we had Zubaydah bint Ja'far ibn Mansur. No, Zubaydah was actually the wife of Abbasid Khalifa, and she was really interested in education, poetry, intellect in general. Okay? Her palace was a place for people to meet, for seminars. Okay, she herself attended seminars in her palace to bring scholars of different disciplines to her palace to, hold these lectures and seminars. Okay? And she was really interested in the field of architecture. She even invented what we would call today the system of water pipes. Okay, she went to on one of her visits to Mecca, and she figured that many people had difficulty in accessing water. Okay, and she came up with this invention of water pipes to make a water closer to these people. Nusayba bint Ka'b, and honestly, Nusayba bint Ka'b radiallahu anha was like one of the bravest people I have ever read about. Okay, she would fight side by side with Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. She was a first-class soldier, okay? And Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam spoke about her in such a way that shows her bravery. So now we go to the timeline, which is a chronological overview of significant intellectual exchanges between Arab Muslim scholars and the intellectual environment that contributed to the European Renaissance. So to start with, in the 7th century, the introduction of Islam, that was like the major world event. So the introduction of Islam into the world. 8th century onwards, the great development in the Muslim world of different disciplines and scientific discoveries in which women played a major role, starting with Umayyad Khalifat to Abbasid Khalifat, and it goes on. On the 12th century, and this is a very important milestone in the history of humanity, both for the global south and the global north, because the 12th century was kind of the linking point between those two civilizations. So the Arabic Latin translation movement launched in Europe, allowing all the books, or at least most of them, to be translated from Arabic into Latin. All those that were written by Arab Muslim authors and scholars, including female scholars, were translated into Latin. So the Renaissance on the 14th century starts after people were deeply influenced with thoughts coming from the Islamic Empire and from other, maybe the other places, but mainly the Islamic Empire and Islamic scholars, including female Muslim scholars as well. So it is as well possible that now on the 21st century, it is as well possible that all we know has been transmitted to the West from the Muslim scholars, including, again, the female Muslim scholars. So this research would leave you with two major recommendations. The first one is incorporating the literary works and scientific discoveries of female Muslim scholars into higher education curricula. These women should be remembered. Their work should be incorporated. They should be known, okay? Various academic departments, this is recommendation number 2, within higher education institutions should integrate information about female Muslim scholars in their curricula to tailoring the inclusion of this specific, to their specific subject matter that they are instructing. People in education can talk about Fatima al-Fihriya, study about her. People in math can talk about Sustaita and Lubana of Cordoba. People in astronomy can talk about Ujaila and Maryam Astarlabi. I mean, every domain can talk about female Muslim scholars from that particular domain. Okay. So one last thing to finish up with this presentation would be what Abu Hurairah radiallahu anhu narrated, that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, when a person passes away, their actions cease except for 3: an ongoing act of charity, knowledge that continues to benefit others, or a righteous child who prays for them. These women here have actually contributed to the world of knowledge, okay, have contributed to what we know today. It's both charity and knowledge that benefits others, okay, benefits us even today. So we should really remember them. We should celebrate them. We should recognize them and recognize their contribution. It is important, especially within higher education curriculum. And these scholars have made significant impacts in diverse fields and left an everlasting print that their names should echo in their fields. But unfortunately, their work is overlooked. So research such as this one should really be incorporated more. So these are some of the references I used, and thank you.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وبعد السلام عليكم. Hello organizers, Hello, participant. I'm very grateful to be part of the participant to share some ideas in this very wide and recognized symposium. My name is Dr. Muhammad Awal Suleiman from School of General Studies, Abubakar Tatari Ali Polytechnic, Bauchi, Nigeria. I want to present a paper on Islamic women's scholarship and engagement in West Africa. West Africa is a country whereby about 16 or 17 countries were part of West Africa. Let us look at the outline of the paper, which comprises introduction, aims, research questions, methodology, result and discussion, and finally recommendations. The aim of this paper is to investigate the significant contribution of Islamic women scholars to policy, education, and socio-economic development in West Africa. The research questions of this paper as developed by the researcher are: how have historical and cultural factors shaped the role of Islamic women scholars in policy, pedagogy, and development in West Africa? What specific contributions have Islamic women scholars made to policy, pedagogy, and development in their West African communities? What challenges do Islamic women scholars face in terms of inclusion and empowerment in policy and decision-making process, and how can these challenges be addressed? Question number 5, how can collaboration and partnership between Islamic women scholars, policymakers, educators, and community leaders be leveraged to promote the inclusion and empowerment of Islamic women scholars in West African sub-region? Last question, what opportunities exist for Islamic women scholars in West Africa to further contribute to policy, pedagogy, and development in their communities, and how this opportunity be maximized? The method of the paper adopted by the scholar, by the researcher, is interdisciplinary approach, qualitative and quantitative method, literature review, case study, participatory action research. In the area of literature review, is to identify and synthesize existing knowledge on Islamic women's engagement in West Africa from a range of disciplinary perspectives, including Islamic studies, gender studies, anthropology, and sociology. In the part of case study, to conduct in-depth investigation of specific Islamic women's organizations, like one here in Nigeria, and initiatives in West Africa to gain deeper understanding of their work, impact, and challenges. While in the area of participatory action, is to collaborate with the Islamic women in West Africa to identify and explore topics of interest to them, and to develop and implement research projects that are mutually beneficial. Some of the results are found in this research: that women in West Africa have played a significant role in Islamic scholarship throughout history. When you look at the first image, culturally, West African societies have a tradition of valuing education for both men and women, with special example to the second image. The third image shows that women scholars have influenced have influenced the development of Islamic jurisprudence, pedagogy, and development in West Africa? Yes. Aisha Vili has highlighted the contribution of women scholars in Sahel region, while a renowned scholar, Sheikh Usman Danfodio, who was a mujahid of his time, advocated for women's education, and his daughter Nana Asma'u, renowned scholar, also. Aisha Lemon has been instrumental in shaping Islamic education policy in Nigeria. When you look at the second image, it's Nana Asma'u. The third image is Aisha Lemon. Women scholars have influenced the development of Islamic jurisprudence, particularly in areas related to family law and women's rights. Women scholars have been at the forefront of developing Islamic education curricula that are sensitive to the cultural and societal need of West African Muslims. Women scholars have played a key role in advocating for women's rights and empowerment within the framework of Islamic law. Aisha Lemu founded the Federation of Muslim Women's Association in Nigeria, popularly known as Form 1, which has been influential in policy making related to women's education and rights. These Form 1 were able to establish many Islamic schools, many orphanage centers. The organization was able to organize many conferences and seminars within Nigeria. I used to attend many of their conferences to present a paper. Nana Asma'u developed a system of education known as the Entaru system, which focused on teaching Islamic principles and values to women. Farid Khan has been involved in initiatives aimed at improving women's health and education in Senegal. There are challenges that women scholarship face in West Africa. Cultural norms and stereotypes often limit the roles of women in many societies, including those in West Africa. Lack of access to education is another significant challenge. Underrepresentation in leadership positions is a major challenge. I did not mean the woman should be a governor or a senator, but there are sensitive areas where women should be appointed so that they will be able to feed the leaders with the problems affecting human development. To address these challenges, there must be a collaboration and partnership by following these ways. 1, promote education for women and girls, challenge cultural norms, and advocate for women in leadership roles. Use scholarship, mentorship programs, and initiatives to reduce educational barriers and raise awareness about women's contributions to Islamic thought and practice. Push for institutional changes that support gender equality, which is in line with the teaching of Islamic ethics. Collaborate with policymakers, educators, and community leaders to empower Islamic women scholarship in West Africa. Another way is networking and mentorship again. This should be through to encourage networking and mentorship among women scholars to provide mutual support, foster an environment conducive to the inclusion and empowerment of Islamic women in West Africa. Opportunities for contribution. Leverage knowledge and expertise to influence policies related to education, women's rights, and social development. Assume leadership roles in educational institutions, influencing curricula, teaching method and policies, and nurturing the next generation of scholars. Lead or participate in community development projects addressing health and education, improving the quality of life for community members. Contribute to Islamic scholarship through research, publication, and expanding the understanding of Islam. Few recommendations were extracted from the paper. 1. Engage with policymakers for gender inclusive policies. 2. Develop inclusive educational curricula highlighting women's contribution. 3. Organize community awareness programs on women education and leadership. 4. Collaborate for joint research and publications on women in Islam. 5. Establish networking and mentorship programs for women scholars. 6. Advocate for institutional changes promoting gender equality. 7. Enhance skills through capacity building, training initiatives. Encourage publications of research by Islamic women scholars. And finally, facilitate international collaboration for broader perspective. Thank you all for listening. May God bless the organizers. Long live the organization, and may Allah protect Muslim and Islam wherever they are. I remain. Thank you.
Thank you to our three wonderful speakers. Some really interesting takeaways. Any questions from the floor and from online? You're welcome to post your questions. So maybe if I could start, is Dr. Rashid Umar with us? Please. Dr. Rashid, if you can hear me, I have a question. I really enjoyed the presentation on Rabi Tirihan's idea of a theology of peace and social justice. And I'd like to know, I know this is something we've been, I think, grappling with for a while as the Ummah, but how do we reclaim this term jihad so that it gets taken away from its predominant association with violence and intolerance? What, on a practical level, can we do to reclaim this term jihad so that it gets brought back to the authenticity of what it actually means, as opposed to its misinterpretation and distortion?
Thank you for that question, sister. I think it's a very, very relevant question. One of the ways I think is, of course, we need to mine, we know that if you have a scholarship, if you look at Islam and violence and you do a library research, you'll have a plethora, lots of materials. But when you do a search for Islam, nonviolence and peace building, you will find that there are only a few references. So one of the challenges is for us as Muslim scholars to begin to lift up scholarly works, to begin to write about it. One example, one of the great examples of a Muslim relatively peace project is that in the genocide during 1994 in Rwanda between Hutus and Tutsis. Tutsis could find refuge in masajid, in masjids, and relatively speaking, the Muslim community, small Muslim community in Rwanda played a significant role in peace in the midst of the horror of this genocide. Yet there are very few scholarly works. There are very few scholars who have actually written books about it. So I'm just giving you one example. There are a number of other examples of all over the world where Muslims are coexisting in peace and justice. But these examples of coexistence and peace are not given enough attention. And then, of course, it needs to filter down into the level of the mosques and into our madaris in terms of our teaching, that the concept of jihad is a multivalent concept. It is not jihad al-qital, which is only one side and a very small side of the concept of striving in the way of God.
Thank you so much. It's really helpful. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes, please go ahead. If you could just identify yourself, just wait for the mic. Identify yourself, and then we want to hear clearly.
Hello everyone, my name is Hafida. I'm a PhD student here at the Faculty of Humanities, Arts and Humanities. So thank you all for your very insightful presentation, really comprehensive. I just have a question, it's not really a question, but it's more of a like thoughts about what I've just heard. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. Okay, so I was really captured by Hanan's presentation about women and women scholars in the Islamic tradition, Islamic scholarship. So my question is, how do you think this exclusion of women, because this exclusion has been highlighted throughout the presentations, especially from the educational realm. So how do you think this exclusion of women from educational system reproduces traditional structures which subjugate women? Because as far as I'm concerned, I mean, except for some very well-known names such as Fatima al-Fihriya or others, some names are very new to me. I haven't had to write them down so that I can check them back when I'm home. So, or at the very least, how does this exclusion anchors negative beliefs about women's potential and their self-confidence, because we really need it in our communities today for this sustainable development. Thank you.
Yes, you may.
Thank you very much for your question. That was a really, really, very good question. Thank you very much. So here's the thing. This exclusion has led, in a way or another, to us, males and females, belittling ourselves, okay, belittling our power, belittling our own history and culture, all right, and thinking of the other side as like the ultimate thing, the ultimate goal. I want to go beyond the seas. I want to do what X is doing, okay, without mentioning any names. And that throughout the years has led to more and more scholars, okay, just vanishing, all right? So I think that number one, we should acknowledge the existence of some females. I mean, like you said, you've never heard of some names. And let me tell you something, don't tell anyone. I myself never heard of some names until I started researching. And that's a shame, because in reality, these women exist, right? They were there. They did some great inventions, right? They added something to the world. So the question is, why is it that nobody ever told us about it? That it really happened. So we should, number one, we should incorporate that as in the recommendations. We should incorporate that in higher education, all right? Whatever domain we're studying. I mean, we are here at the Faculty of Law, Economic, and Social Sciences. Yeah, we talk about female Muslim scholars who actually have helped in the making of such sciences. All right, that's number one. Number two, because we don't want to be talking like any other maybe Western feminist, right? Let's not forget that all of these female Muslim scholars had many figures around them. They had fathers, they had brothers, they had children. Fatima al-Fihriya was called also Bani because she had 11 children. So as you can see, these women contributed to the field of science, the field of knowledge, without actually forgetting about the role as family makers, as family members, all right? So, it happened, it was both ways, you see what I mean? So yeah, I think one of the major things that we should do in order to solve this exclusion is to include them, and number two is for us to actually remember them so that being male or female will not be who we truly are.
I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes, thank you, Luha.
Sorry, just a follow-up question to that very good question. Like, okay, so who's excluding women? Aren't the Muslim men doing that? And I had another one. It's okay. We'll come back to me, but that question. Thank you.
Is it a follow-up? Okay, so
Do I answer that?
you can answer. And Dr. Rashid, if you can hear me, you're welcome to come. Oh, I didn't hear you. Can you pose your question? Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for good presentation. I would like to mention here our Prophet wives, Amazon Aisha Siddiqa radiallahu anha. Her contribution in knowledge very much. This is our historic contribution, and in business, Khadijatul Kubra radiallahu anha, more contribution in female sector.
Do you have a question?
I suggest you include their thing.
Okay.
Thank you
so much. You may respond to the first question.
Okay, so here's what happened. Throughout the years, historically speaking, books come and go, all right? And I talk about a translation movement that was launched in the 12th century. So at some point, wasn't just female Muslim scholars that were obliterated, all right, or deliberately obliterated, were also male scholars, okay? But female Muslim scholars especially, maybe because there weren't that much, okay, written contribution. There is contribution, but that wasn't so much of a written contribution that we could hold on to, all right? That's number one. Number two, I mean, we are studying, I will talk about the Moroccan case, we always follow a particular system. Right, I don't know, French system, Canadian system, or any other system, and somehow we also export the textbooks, all right? And the textbooks always written from a particular perspective, right? So you cannot expect from someone another perspective to talk about your own history. So I think the call here is for locally designed materials, locally designed curricula, locally designed textbooks, so that exclusion will not be there. We can't accuse men or women or who is excluding who, but I think that the need here is for locally designed materials, so people will be talking about their own history from their own perspective. I hope I answered the question.
Thank you. And maybe I could just pose a question to Dr. Muhammad Awal. For those of us who are unfamiliar with the West African context, you highlighted some significant contributions. He's not there. Has he disappeared?
Oh, he is?
Is he there?
Yes, now he's there.
Oh, yeah, now he's
Mashallah.
there. Okay, Dr. Awal, are you still there?
I've asked him to unmute.
Okay, can I just pose the question quickly? So for those of us who are unfamiliar with the West African context, can you give us some insights into how women scholars, if at all, have influenced contemporary experiences of women in your context, please? I see him.
Yeah.
Dr. Awal, did you hear my question? You're muted, sir.
Yes, are you speaking about the West African context?
Yeah, I was posing it to Dr. Awal, but I'm not sure if you can hear me. Dr. Rashid, you're welcome to contribute in the meantime while we sort out the technical difficulty that side. Thank you. Dr. Rashid, you can go ahead.
If he's there, then I prefer that he responds. I see him there.
Yeah, I don't. Dr. Awal, you are on mute. Can you unmute yourself?
We've asked him.
You can
No, we cannot. We've asked him to unmute.
Dr. Awal, the speaker icon, if you could just click on that, please.
Yes, I do think that there's a very rich history of women's scholarship, especially in West Africa, and I think that it would be worthwhile that at some time there should be a whole conference just looking at the contribution of West African Muslim women scholars. Often these scholars are not widely, known. They are known locally within their communities, and they sustain the community. They play a big role in the kind of vibrancy of Islam in West Africa. And it's interesting that you have different cultural zones of Islam. So in the Arab world or Arabo-Islamic culture, or especially in South Asia, women are not allowed, they very rarely allowed to enter the masajid. Whereas in Africa, it's unthinkable for women not to be allowed in the masjid. So women play a much more a prominent role within African culture.
Thank you so much. Dr. Wall, are you able to contribute at this point? No?
Am I able to?
No, I'm still trying to get up to a wall to unmute, but I don't think I will succeed. One last question, Dr. before we go off. It would be remiss of me not to ask you this question. So in terms of your paper, you are advocating for non-violent and peaceful activism. Is that something we would propagate in a situation where there is severe oppression and annihilation of people and their identity and culture? Can we still talk about responding completely in a non-violent way when we are faced with violence and oppression?
I would say that there is two kinds of what we call pacifism. There's absolute pacifism, which was advocated by Mahatma Gandhi. Then there is strategic pacifism, pragmatic pacifism, which was advocated by the late Dr. Martin Luther King. I think that Islam would resonate with the King position, that violence can only be undertaken in the last as a last resort. I do think that the idea of Islam and non-violence seems to be something that's not doesn't fit into the worldview of Islam. But I think if we look more carefully at the struggle of the life of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we can in fact find far more fertile sources for prosecuting a non-violent jihad. You see, the question of violence, of course, as I said, I'm not ruling it out completely, but it should be a last resort. But when you undertake violence and killing, it's a huge responsibility. And one of the key things, as we know, a maqsad in our Islamic jurisprudence, Islamic law, is that of the sanctity and the reverence and the respect for human life. Hifdul hayat. Maybe my brother is here, so maybe we may want to to give him an opportunity to respond to your question.
Thank you, Dr. Rashid. I now put you on the spot there, but I really appreciate the response. So thank you so much. Dr. Awal, are you able to unmute yet and offer us a response to the question?
He was at one point.
Is he not succeeding? So
He was at one point, and then he unmuted.
I have any question. Dr. Rashid.
You have a question, sir? Okay, Dr. Rashid, one more question for you before we close today on this panel.
Assalamu alaikum. Dr. Rashid, thank you for nice presentation. I would like to, for your question, anti-Islamic call jihad one kind of terrorism from Muslim. Anti-Islamic group, and what do you say jihad in Islam? Explain that.
Dr. Rashid, did you understand the question?
No, I didn't. Can you rephrase the question for me, please?
Anti-Islamic so-called anti-Islamic jihad in Islam. Jihad is a terrorism or extremism in Islam. What do you say about that?
I'm sorry, I'm struggling to hear. Maybe
jihad.
Is jihad a form of extremism and
Yeah,
terrorism? Dr. Rashid, is jihad a form of extremism and terrorism in Islam? Is jihad a form of terrorism?
No, I don't think so. As I said, I mean, as I articulated, jihad is a very multivalent concept. And jihad al-qital, which is physical fighting and killing, is only a small part of the concept of jihad. We also have the spiritual jihad, the jihad of of getting to know the self, of becoming a better human being, which from some scholars, they say that is the jihad al-akbar. There is also a hadith from the Prophet, peace be upon him, where he says, Afdalul jihad, the most virtuous jihad, kalimatu haqq, inda sultanin ja'ir, Raw Tirmidhi, is to speak a word of truth in the face of a tyrant ruler. So, speaking the truth in the face, that's a form of jihad. And another form of jihad is the economic jihad. That I think we in South Africa, during the anti-apartheid struggle with the boycott and divestment campaign against the apartheid regime, were very successful. And I think we now have a boycott and divestment sanctions campaign against the apartheid state of Israel, which I think is a very powerful movement, and it needs a greater support. So unless the non-violent methods of jihad have not been exhausted, one is not allowed then to just willy-nilly embrace jihad al-qital. As I said, killing is a very, very difficult and awesome responsibility. We in South Africa, if you want to, for example, know why we are struggling 30 years after post-apartheid South Africa, because many of the folks who are now part of our government were involved in a counter violence. Of course, there's no moral equivalence between the violence perpetrated by an apartheid state who've got the wherewithal and the monopoly of violence, and those who resist, who are fighting for their liberation and freedom and using counter violence. But still, even the counter violence dehumanizes, as Archbishop Tutu saying, it dehumanizes not only the oppressor, but also the oppressed, and it requires a great amount of healing, because killing is a huge and awesome responsibility. So I'm not ruling out jihad, but I do not think that we can reduce jihad to holy war and qital. I mean, this is and the scholar is an absolute pacifist. So she's in the mold of Mahatma Gandhi and would rule out completely the use of violence, especially if one looks at the weapons of mass destruction that is now available to us. We can never, according to her, have an ethical war, because you're always going to kill innocents, and then you call it collateral damage, and you're going to do a huge amount of destruction, especially to the environment. We have a COP28 conference starting in a couple of days in Dubai. It's going to be interesting to see whether they're going to look at the military-industrial complex and its contribution to carbon dioxide and, in fact, to the destruction in the environment. Thank you for your patience with me.
Thank you. That was very comprehensive. Thank you for your contribution, and thank you, Kanan, for yours, and thank you, Dr. Allah. I think he's still with us. Thank you, everybody, for your participation in this panel. Thank you so much. We wish you well. Take care. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
We a bit over time, but we're confident we'll make it up. So we're going to move for those who would like to stay for the workshop, which Ilham and Al will be hosting right now. The workshop will focus, of course, on how to publish more generally, because whatever rules and expectations we have for GEMS, would be the very same for any other academic journal. So we would be welcome you to stay, ask any questions, we'll chat to you about GEMS and what the interest of the journal is and the kinds of research that we focus on. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you so much. Oh, I was just gonna say, to mute this, you know.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that we will conclude here after the workshop Explore Clarity. We will have coffee to eat, and then we have the tour. We're gonna go to some places around town. So if you are interested, stay for the workshop, of course, stay, and then we will continue with the program. Okay, all right. And do you have the video ready?
Yes.
We'll start with a video presentation of one of our mentors, and maybe we can tell you about the mentors. So part of what we've been doing with the journal is not just bringing the voices from the global south as we talked about in the morning, but it's also providing the support needed for scholars who need it, especially when you're publishing in English or English is not your first language, but also if you are publishing and you are not, you're new to the publication of research studies in English or depending on what format you use. We usually use the American Psychological Association writing format. So what we will do is here a video recording. It will be basic in terms of publication by one of our mentors who has been mentoring some of our authors and submissions. And once you're done, we will open it up for a dialogue, for conversation, with some questions, and we can hopefully provide some tips on what do you need if you want to publish, at least in GEMS. I guess. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Anastasia Khawaja. I use she, her pronouns, and I am currently sitting in Tampa, Florida at the University of South Florida in the United States. I'm going to share my screen. All right. So today I am thrilled to be discussing demystifying the academic publication process, breaking it all down to set a foundation for success. I am at Into University of South Florida. I am a senior instructor of English and also an adjunct professor of English, again, at the University of South Florida. I want to begin my presentation, as I begin all of my presentations, with the land acknowledgement. As I presently sit on the traditional homelands of the Tocobaga, Calusa, and Seminole peoples. Today, Florida is home to the Seminole, Miccosukee, and Muskogee and Choctaw groups. Individuals of other Native groups likewise reside here. I wish to recognize the historical and present impacts of colonization, violence, and displacement on Indigenous communities here and in other places. So today I am thrilled to be discussing the publication process and breaking it all down and discussing everything from the abstract to the conclusion and the introduction. And yes, there is a reason why I am saving the introduction for last, and we'll be discussing that towards the end. So the reason why we are talking about this today is that I have had the pleasure of being able to review a lot of different manuscripts and papers from students to scholars who are coming from around the world. And what I'm finding, what a lot of other people are finding, is that the ideas that are coming out are rich and innovative and incredible, but they're not getting disseminated. They're not getting published, mainly because of this English barrier, because a lot of publications, if not most publications, are in English. And if you don't have a strong foundation in English, and also an understanding of how the publication process works in English-related or journals, then you are at a disadvantage where you're not going to be able to get your work out there. So I am partnering with different journals and different editors to be able to bring different manuals and videos and helpful hints, and to be able to work hopefully with the international scholars one-on-one to be able to give you the tools to get your really important work out there. All right, so the first thing we're going to talk about is the abstract. Now, the abstract is probably going to be the very last thing you'll write, just like the introduction. But the abstract is basically a snapshot of your work. It's a snapshot of your study. And it's usually broken down to about 6 to 7 sentences, 150 to 250 words. You want to look at the big picture. You want to understand the gap that you're trying to address. You want to show how your paper is going to fill that gap and discuss what materials you're going to use. At the very end, you want to talk about the general results as well as the implications for your readers. So in other words, what are they going to take away from this paper by sitting down and by reading it? Again, it's a snapshot, and they should be able to have a pretty good understanding of your study at the end of your abstract. All right, so because we're going to talk about the introduction last, we're going to jump right into the literature review. Now, the literature review can be a complicated animal. As I've worked with a lot of international scholars and students, the lit review is the thing that gives them a lot of trouble, in addition to some domestic students as well, because you have to review the past research and you have to cite that research properly. And then you have to be able to articulate how your idea fits into the existing research. So I have a kind of a do and don't list for you, and I talk about crafting your literature review. And I say crafting, as do a lot of other people, because the more studies that you read, and we'll go ahead and we'll use a puzzle because my 6-year-old loves puzzles. Every study that you have, every study, you bring another piece of the puzzle. And by the end of your lit review, you should have a completed picture in front of you where you understand where all the studies have come together to be able to better justify your own research gap and your own idea. So read widely. It is so important to read as widely as possible, and then categorize your studies carefully. Understand the different themes that your idea brings, but also understand what themes have inspired your idea in the first place. So it's really important to be able to read widely. You want to be able to justify your gap. When you are reading widely, it is really important to keep track of your key words. You need to understand what keywords work. You want to understand what keywords may not yield as many studies. And you want to be able to keep track of each study question, the methods, results, and implications. And I do this in a chart form. I don't write complete sentences. I just do some bullet points. This can help me to synthesize and put my ideas together in that discussion section. It saves you a lot of time, again, if you keep track of your studies in either a PDF or printout. Nowadays, everything is digital. So unless you print out all of your articles, having kind of a folder in your desktop or on your laptop or on your USB drive that's accessible with a Word doc that has a chart where you can keep track of all of these different studies will be very helpful. In addition to that, having a separate doc that keeps track of your entire reference is also going to be really helpful. Now, there are a lot of different citation machines to help you with this, but they are not always 100%. So it's always a good idea to just keep track of all your citations, either in a citation machine or on a Word doc. I love a good old-fashioned Word doc because it's editable and it's right there. And I also can edit it carefully to make sure that I'm not making mistakes in italicizing and capitalization and punctuation, because the citation manual, whether it's APA or MLA or Chicago or the like, are very exact and they are very specific. All right. The next thing to always make sure that you do is you want to review the studies critically and compare and contrast the findings among each other. The more you're able to compare and contrast what they have in common, the similarities and the differences, the better chance you'll have to solidify explaining your own research gap. And you want to choose studies which will help you to better solidify your research gap. But you don't want to be subjective. You don't want to give opinions. And you also don't want to include studies that do not contribute to your research topic. Now, that doesn't mean to only choose studies that will support your topic. You want to make sure that you include studies that include a wide breadth of knowledge and a wide breadth of perspectives and ideas. You don't want to shy away from those studies that may not support or might be semi-contradictory to your own work or to your own research. Those studies are going to help to enrich your own study and will also help a lot when it comes to limitations, et cetera, which we will also talk about a little bit later. Also, again, do not forget to cite all sources properly, be they are quotations or they are paraphrasing. You need to make sure that you cite all sources properly. All right, so once you have your lit review and you've solidified your research gap, now it's time for the methodology and the results section. Now, your methodology section is the section where you should be able to write down exactly what you did and how you conducted your study, which means your reader should be able to read the methodology section and be able to duplicate that work. You want to include your participants, you want to include your location, you want to include general background. And then what I like to do with the methodology is I like to organize it by research question and how I am going to analyze my data. I'm not going to give my results yet, but I'm going to discuss how my data is going to be analyzed. Sometimes I can do that in a chart form, especially if I have a mixed method study where I'm dealing with quantitative data and I'm dealing with qualitative data. Sometimes it's just simple prose. Once you have written your methodology section, you want to make sure that you have your results section in a very clear and concise manner. The results section is only for your results. Okay, you want to make sure you're not evaluating, you're not explaining, you're not arguing, you're not commenting. There's time for that in the next section, the discussion and implication section. And that is going to be the section that might take the longest time to write and to explain and kind of put together. And then finally, of course, in the results section, this is where you can add your charts, your tables and figures. Make sure they're clear, make sure they are not overused, and also make sure that they are explained. You do not just want to plop a chart or a table in there and think that that is going to be self-explanatory. You want to make sure that you foreground it with an introduction, you have your chart or your table, and then you want to point out the key ideas that you want your readers to pay attention to the most. That will also help you as you move into your discussion and implication section. The discussion section is probably one of my favorite sections of the research paper because I get to show my readers, my reviewers, or whoever is reading my paper, how my study fits into the existing literature. I get to make my case for my study to be part of the research conversation. So I have here synthesizing and etching your space in the research conversation, because it really is truly a conversation, isn't it? The more that we read, the more presentations that we engage in with each other's work, we're going back and forth in conversation with our findings and our ideas, and we take them in new and different directions. And so when you write your paper, when you contribute your knowledge, you are contributing to that important conversation. So this is where you highlight the key findings. You relate your findings to past research. Acknowledge your limitations, absolutely, but show how your research belongs in the conversation. And the way you can do that, the easiest, is to be able to produce implications. How can people use your results? What do these results mean in practical terms? How can we use those ideas that you're bringing to light in whatever field, in whatever topic? And of course, coming to this conference, I see there are so many important topics to look at and so much important work happening. So how are they able to be, so how are the findings that will be practically implied is going to be crucial for your reader to understand. Again, do not include studies that support only your results. Do not focus on your limitations. Again, they're not negative. And you don't want to overgeneralize or overreach your findings. You want to make sure that you're able to discuss ideas and key findings that you can back up your claims on. So really quickly with limitations in future research, when you're talking about limitations, again, as I said, they're not negative. You want to identify them before your reviewers do. So when you're going through the publication process and you have these different reviewers, you want to acknowledge the different places where your studies might have fallen short, like size and generalizability are the most common limitations to studies. And then you want to use your future research directions to offer possible solutions as you move your ideas forward in new and possibly innovative ways. So you want to be able to show your reader that, yes, you know, this is my idea, these are my findings, this is my discussion, these are the implications. Oh, but the conversation isn't over yet. We can continue in this direction and in this direction. And sometimes that helps to take care of some of the limitations that you mention in your limitation section. So the conclusion can be a pretty daunting area. Especially because after you've done all of the work, a lot of times people say, well, how do I end it? Or sometimes beginning scholars, international scholars, and other students of mine just basically forget the conclusion section. They finish a discussion section and limitations, and here's my future research, and the conclusion. So the conclusion is the very last part that will be read. It will be the last thing the reader will remember. You want to make sure simply that you just restate the topic, the argument, the key findings, and then your final thought. Your final thought, make sure it's memorable, but make sure it's not out of nowhere. Make sure it's not, as we would say, out of left field. Make sure that it can be connected. Make sure that the reader can connect to it without thinking that it's not somehow related to your whole study. That's one of the biggest pitfalls of a conclusion, is that you might have such a great idea, but it kind of comes out of nowhere because it's not as connected to your study as it could be. So after you finish your fantastic conclusion, you want to go back and you want to write your introduction. Now, your introduction is essentially showing your reader the big picture. This is not the abstract where you show your whole snapshot. This is the big picture kind of overview that you have before you get into the lit review and before you get into the rest of your paper. I love to start inspirational. I am mostly a qualitative research with a bit of quantitative mixed in. So I can start with quotes. I can start with inspiration. If you're in a different field, maybe statistics. Something that is going to grab your reader's attention and say, oh, I didn't know that, or oh, that's really reflective. Something that's going to keep them reading. You don't want to overthink the introduction. You want to get the reader's attention, state your position if applicable. Very, very brief lit review, maybe a couple of very key studies that you might focus on a lot more. And then you want to get into your research gap and then your overall study overview. And that's it. But you definitely want to make sure that you briefly address that research gap in your introduction as you start setting up your whole study. So this is a brief overview of the publication process and the different parts of the research paper. Luckily, I am in the process of developing a manual that should be out in the next couple of weeks, as well as an accompanying video to be able to expand upon some of the key areas of publication, such as, again, the lit review, synthesizing, and of course, quoting and paraphrasing and using APA or any style book that your journal requires appropriately. So make sure that you proofread, make sure you check APA formatting, and there are several sites to do that, and make sure that you cite quotations and paraphrases appropriately. As well as the final thing, if it's possible, write about what you are passionate about. Write about what you enjoy. Write about things that you want to research, if it's possible. I know that in some cases we can't always write about everything that we're passionate about, but at least try to when you have a chance. If you can't write about what you're passionate about, hopefully make sure that the work that you do is important, and make sure that it can contribute to the research conversation. So I want to close with a quote, and it says, "First, organizing it on paper isn't just academic, it's an applied prerequisite for manifestation." And so it's very important that we are able to manifest our ideas and make them come alive, and enjoy what we write if that's possible. Finally, we need important research from all around the world. If this symposium has taught us anything, it is that we need all of the research being discussed here and all of these amazing, innovative, invigorating, critical presentations. And we need them to be able to be distributed widely in manuscript publications. So I hope that this video is able to help you in that process. And I hope that I'll be able to read your research in different publications, including the journal that is being represented here. So in conclusion, please contact me. I have a LinkedIn. I also have an Instagram. I also, of course, have an email. So I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you so very much. And good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are around the world listening to this now. And take care. Goodbye.
So Anastasia is one of our mentors, and actually since the presentation we relocated. She lived in Ramallah Palestine. Wow. We can still reach her there. She's been there for almost 3 years now. Why are we doing this workshop? Just to give you some idea here. We've been doing this symposium so we could have a feeder pipeline for our journal, and this symposium is dedicated to women's scholarship because we would like to have a special issue on that topic and some related themes. In the past 6 years, we have had submissions that came, and we will give you all the deadlines for those who are submitting for the journal. We give you all the timeline, deadlines, and all of that. But in the past, we have had about 50% submission based on the symposium. And for those who submit, out of those 50, probably about half get accepted with a lot of support and mentoring as well. And of course, there are those that just go through and the blind reviews and easily, just go through it. We as the co-editors, we look at the publication, the submissions that come based on this, and of course, direct submissions. We use the mentors because we see the potential in some of the publications, the submissions we see and we get. And we use them because it's either the topic, the region, the focus, the country, the place, the voice that we are receiving is new and is relevant to our mission and our scope for the journal. And so Anastasia is one of the mentors. We have, I think, 3. And all of her materials, including manual, a written manual that she mentioned, are available online on IIIT's website. And the management of what happens after the conference is with Huda, because Huda is not just our support here, she is actually the managing editor for the journal. I should have mentioned that this morning. So we don't want this to be a presentation, but it's really a discussion of how we can become supportive of each other, and how, if you have any questions regarding taking your ideas and making them a publication. And would like to hear from you, but I just want to highlight one area that Anastasia mentioned, and I'm sure Nuran has more to say too, but the one area that I see, and we've been doing this for more than 2 years now, the one area that I see that is problematic, and I see it a lot, is the area of lit review, just one area. And the lit review is usually looking at what others have done so far, where are the gaps, answering the questions that Anastasia posed. I've seen a lot of people who would write this as a report. This said that, this said this, this said that, this said this, and it reads in a way that is more of a report than a synthesis. And I had to learn that the hard way. It's not like I knew it when I started writing. I had to learn it from my own preparation in my graduate program and after as a faculty trying to publish. It's taking the ideas and the keywords and bringing them together to highlight the gaps. And that's where I see a lot of struggle with many of our subjects that come to us. And we're not saying that you have to follow exactly what we're saying regarding the format and the structure of your paper, but we are saying that here are some tips for you to improve your possibility and your chances of getting a peer review. So we will review first, see the potential, probably send it back to you for more time of edits and addressing some issues that we see. And then we go to the blind review when we see that your paper is ready for that. That does not happen in every journal, by the way. I've got rejections quickly from blind reviews without even any support from the co-editors or editor of the journal. But what we do is break this into steps. Submission, we'd like to encourage a lot of people who are online with us as well as in person to convert their papers into submissions. Submit to us too. We will tell you yes or no, give you the green light for review or not. And we'll have some exchanges with you. Please do not take that personally, because some people feel like, oh, I put my best, and it's okay to push back. But I think that trying to work together to make it happen and work with the blind reviews is key. And then of course our reviewers will give us a yes or no, and a lot of times we'll get revised, we submit, and then we go from there. So that's the process. That's what we would like to encourage. That's what we would like to see happening, with more and more publications coming our way from related topics and areas that we don't usually get publications from. That's it for me, I guess, for now, and we can open for questions or thoughts.
Questions? Yeah. Question in there? No, you can go ahead. You have a mic?
Oh, sorry.
Do you need
Where's the mic?
We do need one online.
We didn't, yeah, we have people online.
So we do need the mic. What happened to the mic?
It disappeared.
Who has taken the mic?
Okay, I mean,
can you just project one?
I will repeat it. Yeah.
Use your teacher voice. Yes. Oh, thank you so much. Would you?
Hey, thank you again. I hope I'm not being annoying. So I think you nailed it with the literature review, because I've been struggling with it for the past 6 months. I'm working on a very controversial topic. Actually, it's the feelings of alienation among high school students and teachers. And as you may have guessed, the concept is very pervasive. It's everywhere. It's salient. It's in sociology, psychology. So I've been struggling with the literature review, basically, especially because my supervisor has insisted upon a critical literature review. So what I understood from his guidelines is that I should give my opinions about the previous studies. So for example, I shouldn't just compare and contrast, but I should also give my personal opinion. So what I did, because I've been really struggling, but it was really hard for me, especially because here I need to contextualize. In the case of Morocco, in the case of Islam Arab culture. So I needed to contextualize the concept, which is not as
you know, the definition given by the sociologists in the West are not the same as the ones we give in Arabic, al-i'tiraf. So it's really different.
Yeah.
So I don't really know. At some point, I think I've lost the thread because I've been engaged in more of like Islamic thoughts and philosophy about, you know, different topics, because alienation is just everywhere and it's pretty hard. So I don't know. I really don't know if you can tell. Okay, so just I haven't
Tell us
finished
what you
yet.
do. Why are you doing your thesis?
Yeah. It's not an article yet. It's just for the thesis.
Yeah, not
So,
just the thesis. It's a thesis.
Yeah, okay. It's not for the article, because article maybe it's easier. You've got like a concise idea. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Okay, that was perfect. So the question is, should I continue like giving my opinions while also comparing and contrast? Is it what critical literature review is about, or am I just like lost?
No, you're not lost. Okay, and you're not alone. So this is a general problem. You need to understand that every single study has its limitations. And every single study has a particular parameter which you need to establish from the outset. So in the introduction of your thesis, you're going to have to clarify what it is you're drilling down deep. It's not about breadth, it's about depth, right? So you identify the context, and often that happens, we get papers, but what is the context? Authors often assume that we know exactly what's happening in Morocco, for example, and our readers don't. So you have to take us in to the context. Make sure the paper can stand on its own without you having to explain it, right? And say, for the purposes of this thesis, this is the central question of concern driving this thesis, right? And I tell my own students, write up that question and paste it against your wall somewhere so that you can remind yourself that's the focus. Because the more you read, the easier it's going to become to deviate. And suddenly you're going to get a picture, and the more you kind of going, the more you're accumulating. And then you have all these different viewpoints and how to put it together. So what your supervisor is saying to you, within that parameter, identify the key authors or theories or debates you want to use, right? You've got to always show both sides of the argument. So you've got to be able to ward off the critic from the outset. You've got to show cognizance that I am aware that there are more viewpoints here, and I'm not discounting them. And that's what your supervisors, you put the view sheet says, where is your voice? So it's not simply to Ilham's point saying, so-and-so said this, and so-and-so that. I mean, that's in fact dealt by literature review, right? You've got to show these are the cornerstones of the debates. These are the key disagreement points. And these are the points of agreement. And then you locate yourself and you say, for the purposes of this study, this is the position I'm going to adopt. Does that make sense? Yes. So you kind of wade through all the kind of discussion points, and depending on the topic, and this is often a problem. So sometimes we get papers where people are talking about contemporary struggles of women post 9/11. This is an example, right? But then the literature review was written before 9/11 took place. So you're drawing on literature which predates the focus of the paper. So you've got to make sure your literature, I mean, there's some canonical texts, some texts that never date, particularly in philosophy, but of course there are texts which date. So you've also got to be clear about which texts are in use, which are the relevant texts. And again, that question is going to guide you. So I hope I've answered you. Yeah. So you're not lost, you're just on that journey, as Dr. Rashid said, as long as you're on the journey.
Actually, yes, that's exactly what my supervisor had said, because I sent him like an early draft of the lit review, and he said, but where is your voice? Yeah. Especially because I'm working in the context of critical pedagogy. So I needed my voice in there. And he said, this is recycling, this is not literature review.
Quite correct.
So yeah, that's where I got lost. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
And what I would add to that is that 2 points. One is that when you're voicing your own perspective, make sure that nobody else is making that same argument. Otherwise, you're gonna say, okay, well, who else? You are not aware of this and that literature. So try to support it with some citations of people who share your thoughts. That's one. Second, we follow American Psychological Association, which is a little bit different than, I don't know what you do here, like there's Chicago and there's MLS. And you use APA. Okay, APA traditionally has been very conservative, I would say, very strict about using their voice, about saying not your own, but someone said this to be more scientific. And more we're seeing flexibility with the right side of APA, encouraging actually that voice that's what you're talking about. So we have been through a period where people were like, oh no, we cannot, like even tell it here, don't say your opinion. But we're moving away from that a little bit with saying your own opinion, your orientation.
About the passive, using the passive voice, for instance.
Yeah, so the APA encouraged, I was telling Nora this morning, I was trained to use the passive voice and not say, I would like to approach this way. But we were told in graduate school and when I wrote my dissertation, don't do that, do not put I. Put, scholars, advocate for blah, 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 such as, and you have a citation. It's not your voice, it's someone else's, but I think there's a lot more flexibility right now to do that. And at least for our journal, we tolerate that, even though we say use APA. So anytime you want to look at the formatting of APA and try to find a way to bring your voice, I think that it's encouraged by us at least.
Can I just add to that?
Yeah, sure.
Just want to add that this idea of third person detachment is not really reconcilable with social science research. This idea that research is objective in social sciences doesn't exist. There's no such thing. Your research question is driven by your own interests. So there's really a subjectivity in that, right? So there's no such thing of I'm detached. So the inside status, just declare your positionality. And don't be afraid to use the I. It's particularly pertinent. We were talking about this morning. Yes. Particularly pertinent in ethnography studies, in ethnography studies, but it's about giving voice to voices that have been marginalized, and to lay claim to views. To say this is my position on something, and this is what I'm arguing for. But why? So substantiate. You still have to offer a reasonable argument. Right? It's not just about emotive writing. It's about offering a reasonable argument that can be substantiated. But by all means, you are welcome to use the I. Okay?
I think we also have some people here who published with us, like Fatima and Ray and Professor Bell, right? Yeah, and so
I could share my experience.
maybe that with the microphone, please. Yeah, share your experience and say how wonderful we are. I know it's late. I know we've been sitting here for a long time to get a sense of humor. Feel free.
Yeah, so welcome to everyone. I'm very happy to see both of you, Professor Noura Davids and Dr. Ilham, and just learn that you are Huda, the one always corresponding. So, no, just one thing from what she said is, no, it is not that when you are submitting your manuscript that it is easier. It's not at all easier compared to a thesis, because knowing these two people there, as you're talking, this is the way that they provide you with the review in the manuscript when you receive them. So sometimes I felt that it was a bit harsh, I would say. No, in the sense that I received that feedback. But then when you read through and then you try to refine what you have written, then you see that it is an improved version. And then when you get the feedback, then they say, they encourage you to go ahead and improve again. And then when you get the final approval, and it's a better version. And I think that we as academics and even students, this is what we need to have to grow as a researcher and develop that. And I think that self-confidence comes when we receive the feedback. It could be maybe we look at it from our side negative, but when you think well, they are more constructive and they are developmental for us to grow and as a researcher. I would like to thank you to be, I can see now I have faces in front of me, and I'm happy. And of course, we will, together with the Human Welfare League, try to come forward with other manuscripts. Thank you very much.
I just want to add, so I mean, thank you for that. It's really helpful. I just want to maybe clarify something. The idea here is not that we are critiquing manuscripts because we want to be difficult or harsh. We want to make sure that when the manuscripts go out for review, it has a better chance of being published. Because we know it's not easy. When those reviews come back and somebody just says, reject, this paper makes no sense, you know, and some reviews can be really awful. So we really try to make sure that we adopt a more supportive and developmental approach because we know it's not easy to get published. At the same time, we do have a fairly high rejection rate. We reject, I think, up to 50% of our manuscripts don't make it. And that's also about as much as we want to make sure we publish historically neglected areas of research, we also are very focused and committed to producing a quality journal, you know, that's going to stand up to scrutiny. So it's a hard balancing act we have to follow, but I think thus far we've managed to pull it off.
And I can add, the best is that now it is in Scopus.
Yes.
Okay.
So it has a high reputation.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
After only 3 years.
Yeah.
There's the online question regarding integration of knowledge. Actually, I just want to clarify for those who are interested in Islamic studies, Islamic thought, Islamic philosophy, and all of that, maybe not necessarily Islam philosophy. IT has another journal where people can publish that type of work. Our scope is really looking at education in its broadest sense, education, human nature, human development, policy, pedagogy, philosophy of education. All of these go under our JEMS, our Journal of Education in Societies. But integration of knowledge and those types of topics are important, but they're not, you know, relevant or within the scope of our journal. So what we'd like to encourage actually are submissions, like when you finish your thesis, and you want to convert it into an article for publication. If it's a research article, it will go through the process that our professor here described. And it's really exactly what Nuran said. It's to support you to go through the peer review, not to be rejected. That's what we're trying to do. And sometimes we're successful, sometimes we're not. The collaboration and this collaborative approach is what we're trying to improve and to get more papers published. For those who want to publish on other areas, there is that other journal that Huda can tell you about for these types of publications. So that's for the question.
Yeah, I sent him the link, yes.
Okay, thank you. Ray and Fatma, we had a lot of exchanges. Oh, and I want to say, sorry, before I turn it to you. Isra is here, and she is our book review editor, our review essays, practitioner notes editor. These are like shorter publications. Do not go through the rigor of those peer reviews. We will review. She's very rigorous, and she will review those to improve them. But you don't have to go. It doesn't have to be a full research paper. It doesn't have to be, reviewed by blind reviewers. So that's another option for those who are presenting. And I don't know who's online, but if you don't feel like you can develop your paper into a research paper, full-fledged research paper, feel free to submit as an essay, review essay. And of course, we'd love to get more book reviewers because we have books and we don't have reviewers.
Absolutely. Book reviews, review essays, and I'm here to support. If you have any questions, feel free to come and talk to me. So, of course.
And Ray and Fatima, do you have any insights? Not about us being harsh, though. Very good. We had a lot of exchanges with this paper. It's a
fascinating topic. I still remember the topic, so
Yeah.
last week.
Yes, our paper was about empowering girls in Upper Egypt, and we were doing quantitative data analysis. And the journal and Dr. Ilham and Noor, it was more of coming from qualitative, and we had to, we spent more than a year, or about a year, going back and forth in email, explaining our thoughts and what we see, and adjust to the journal as well. So what I want to highlight, as Dr. Ilham said, don't take it personal, and also explain yourself as an author. If you write something and you believe in it and you just try to make it clear and convince the editors, and if they're convinced, they will go with you at the end, as we have done. And we should acknowledge that we have done lots of revision stages and until the paper got published, and it's done, and we are happy that it's published at GIMS. So publication is not easy and it takes time, but you need to dedicate time, effort, and don't take it personal. Just work on it and make things clear. And one very important point, Dr. Noor said that when you write, you think that you write clear because you really know everything about the topic, but the reader doesn't. So put yourself on the shoe of the reader. Just make things very clear and do iteration, and you will get there. That's from me. Right? If you want to add anything. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think just to add, I think exposing yourself to the review process makes you quite vulnerable. I mean, you're quite precious about this thing you've written. You think, wow, this is great, this is wonderful, and it's and your blood, sweat, and tears are in it. And then somebody comes back and just rips it apart. And it can be really hard to come back to that paper. So my advice really is, I say this to my students as well. Once you've written something, put it away for 2 days. And let the joy wear off that it's done. And come back to it. And now read it again. And inevitably, you're going to go, oh my word, I like that. And the review process is not meant to be something which takes away from you. It's meant to strengthen what you've written. And so you have to, as an academic, get some skin. Get some, be thick-skinned. That's what you need. Let it wash off you. It's fine. Because every single academic that you will ever encounter, all your professors who teach you now, right? Every single one of us, myself included, have papers rejected. Yes. Okay? So you are not alone, you are part of a huge club. So you just got to learn to go with the flow and say, okay, let me take this. I can change this. And then you will actually find, hopefully, it is a stronger argument now. It is clearer now. And that's the aim. Okay.
Maybe just a few final words. You are already at 4:30, but just a few. Okay, I'll take the question. Just two things. We do encourage quantitative as well as qualitative submission. So, and we came to these exchanges with you based on things like how many tables do you really include? Like with you, Professor Bell, he also did quantitative based on our data. Because we have our data from the AIMS and mapping the terrain studies we've done, it's all public. Anyone can go there, look at the data and write papers based on that quantitative sets of data, about 50,000 participants over 2 years. So we do have that, angle. But there are things like how many, do you present this in a table? Do you present 10 tables? Do you present it in written thing? Where do you put the reliabilities? Where do you put, So there's a lot of that, and maybe I'm thinking that the follow-up to what Anastasia did would be something about how do you prepare quantitative submission data analysis that is different than the qualitative one, and I think, and we do for more, which may be also something helpful for people. And I also want to highlight one thing before we go to the question. Sometimes voices, I know that as a Palestinian, now I'm talking in the first person. As a Palestinian, I used to silence myself and do not criticize anyone, because I will be rejected. And even saying that I'm a Palestinian in my writing hasn't been something I've done, because I thought, okay, if I stay out of this, my identity out of this, I will have better publication, and that was not true. So we get that some of the publications we receive submissions are like that, and we actually say, hey, talk about the context. And we have submissions from Palestine. We say, talk about the occupation. It's okay. Talk about, as long as you're not, inciting, you have evidence, all of that stuff. So don't silence yourself. Don't silence your voice. And that's what we're trying to do, which is a very different approach from mainstream publications that you see in the US and in Europe. It's totally, and it's not scientific. It's actually coming from a place that is different than what you would see in mainstream academic journals. So that's just a few thoughts on that too. Hanan?
Yeah. I just wanted
Hold on 1 second, Hanan. Sorry. Because people online will struggle to hear you.
Thank you very much. I just have two questions, one regarding publications and one regarding the literature review, because you've given some really interesting pieces of advice. So regarding publication, do you accept papers that are not part of the symposium? For example, if I have this paper on decolonizing the curriculum through the incorporation of Muslims or something like North African studies, okay? And I'm really trying to work hard on it. Unfortunately, it got rejected, and I'm really still working on it. It feels bad, especially after like 2 months of waiting, and then they send me reviews and stuff, and it's rejected. My second question is, now for my thesis, I'm conducting this kind of literature review, but it's not critical literature review. It's more of a historical literature review, tracing a particular point, a particular phenomenon from the very beginning, all right, and coming all the way down until recent times. Okay, my thesis is about the influence of the Arab Muslim literary heritage on the Western knowledge. So it's pretty much related to my presentation, but it's from a philosophical literary angle. And the thing is, I started with like studying the Arab Muslim heritage from the very beginning, okay, until now, okay, and what they have added to the world from the very beginning, including the science and etc. The thing is, I'm also trying to see to what extent, because it's a mixed method, trying to see to what extent the Moroccan university students are aware of that, okay. So my question is, should I include in my literature review two parts, one about that influence and the other one about the quantitative study, which will be talking and tackling the students' cultural identity, because I will be studying the students' cultural identity with regards to that, to what extent they're familiar with that. It will be some sort of an experiment, etc. So in my literature review, should I include like two parts, or I don't really know yet how to approach that. Thank you.
So it's really hard to answer that question, because I need to see that. I mean, not that I'm asking to see the study, but I would need to see what is the research question here. Remember, your literature review and what you review is determined by the research question, its objectives, main and subsidiary questions. It's all linked. It's one thread you pull through the entire thesis. So whatever literature you're going to review has to speak to the research focus. So if you are saying to me you are looking at an historical unfolding as well as the description of identities, and there is no harm in having two sections. And in fact, it might even give you more structure, and it becomes easier for the reader to follow. Yeah, but I would not be a very good academic at this point if I just give you a straightforward answer, because I haven't read your proposal or anything like that, right? But that's just from what you said to me. The next question, your first question, we do not only publish from the symposium, we are open to any submissions that's within the scope of the journal. We've had one special issue in the past, last year, that focused on Muslim societies in the African context. And I think that's where the Upper Egypt paper also landed. And throughout the year, we are sitting at the moment with approximately how many, 18 to 20, Huda?
Around that, yeah.
Submissions that have nothing to do with the symposium. But we use the symposium as a conduit as well, to make sure that, you know, because often there's a question earlier on the chat, somebody asked about proceedings. So we don't have conference proceedings, right? But we do encourage you to get your work published. Obviously, it means you've got to transition the presentation into a rigorous academic article. Make sense? Okay, thanks.
And I don't want to put Solat on the spot, but if you want to do a timeline type of article, Solat just published one on this timeline and discussing that it was accepted and she put a lot of work into it. So talk to Solat. She's a writer, she's just hiding now behind her. Okay. Thank you very much. We can continue the conversation, you know, informally. Now we break, and those who are interested in the tour with Sukaina going on a bus trip again, please meet us by the gate again, like we did. Oh no, we didn't do that, but meet us at the gate, the entrance to the university. There will be a bus there. If not, have a restful afternoon, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9, inshallah. Thank you. Thank you for everyone online as well for speaking with us. Take care. Bye-bye. It's great.